American President Woodrow Wilson. He was the person who created the concept of collective security. Now, what is the meaning of collective security as envisaged by Woodrow Wilson? Woodrow Wilson said that collective security is a concept where all the states they come together to establish an understanding, and that understanding is that if there is any one state attacked by any aggressor, all these states that have an understanding will try to retaliate against that state. So what is the idea here? The idea here is that if there is an attack on one country, all countries which are part of the collective security, they will undertake protection of that country which is attacked by giving it all military support and fighting for it also. Now, please understand one thing. This concept was something that is attributed to Woodrow Wilson. But in fact, Woodrow Wilson in his book has also mentioned that this concept is something that he has borrowed from Otto von Bismarck, the German leader. नाम आपने सबने सुना होगा बिस्मार्क का. तो Bismarck was actually the person who had created this concept, and Bismarck was the one who stated that collective security is crucial, and he was the one who basically created collective security agreements in Europe from 1870 onwards. Acha, now beta, the next important point to understand is what? If collective security is all about ensuring that there is a group of countries who have a understanding, and these group of countries have come together on some understanding, then there is also an important point to understand here कि these countries that come together on some understanding to help another country, in this sense we say that collective security was the precursor to alliance formation, because even in alliance the same thing happens कि भाई in alliance what happens is a group of countries will come together, they will become allies, they will try to protect each other from a common aggressor. So what we are trying to say is that collective security's intellectual precursor is basically alliance. And please understand beta another important thing now. Alliance, collective security are concepts that help us to maintain balance of power. By collective security was envisaged for what purpose? It was envisaged for the purpose of maintaining balance of power. If collective security was envisaged for maintaining balance of power, then beta one thing is very clear, that whenever a group of countries will come together and they say that okay, we will protect this country or any country who is a part of this group from any aggression, then the idea is that they are all collectively accumulating power. If they are all collectively accumulating power, this collective accumulation of power is also done with the larger objective of ensuring that there is a balance in the international system. So it started with Bismarck, got formal terminology with Woodrow Wilson. But the idea is that there are three concepts associated with collective security, which is alliance, collective security itself, balance of power. ये पूरा क्लियर हो गया जी सबको? ठीक, अब आगे बढ़ते. From the scholarship above and the analysis above, what can we infer about collective security concept? Sir, the first thing we can infer about the collective security concept is, अब जो आपको मैंने बताया कि it is related to alliance and balance of power, first inference that comes out is कि sir, this entire collective security concept is designed to augment power. अगर ये बोलें तो ये गलत तो नहीं होगा सर कि this concept helps countries to augment power. यानी कि सर one thing is clear कि when we talk about collective security, it is a mechanism that enables the countries to augment their own power structures. Second important inference here is that it acknowledges, ये बड़ा important point है बेटा second वाला, कि it acknowledges the universality of aggression. बेटा आप इस चीज को समझो. When we are talking about collective security, we are saying that we have all come together to prevent an attack from somebody. है ना? That is what we are saying. This means what? This means कि you are accepting the fact कि there will be an aggression. मतलब the entire premise of the concept is not based on peace. The entire premise of the concept, the assumption of the concept is based on the fact that yes, there is going to be a problem. That means that it accepts a universality of aggression, कि aggression is a universal feature. अब देखो यहाँ पर अगर एक चीज मैं बोलूं तो अब आप समझोगे कल की डिस्कशन के बाद बच्चे कि if collective security accepts that there is universality of aggression, can we say that collective security is a mirror of realism? अगर ये क्वेश्चन आ जाए तो आप समझ पाओगे ना, अब इसमें दिक्कत तो नहीं होगी आपको आंसर करने में. Collective security is what? It is a mirror of realism, because the realism theory's basic assumption was this, कि there is international anarchy, countries have to fend for themselves, so as a result of which they will augment power and conflict is natural, inevitable. This is exactly what is happening here. और देखो कितनी बड़ी आयरनी है, कितना बड़ा ये ढोंग है कि the entire concept of collective security, which talks about something of universality of aggression, has been portrayed as if it is a concept that builds peace. है या नहीं है? कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी के बारे में कल भी चर्चा की थी हमने, याद है वो क्वेश्चन, कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी, रीजनल सिक्योरिटी. कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी में मैंने आपको क्या बताया था सर? वन ऑफ द बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट्स और मैनिफेस्टेशंस ऑफ कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी इज यूनाइटेड नेशन. यानी कि सर यूनाइटेड नेशन वाज कंसेप्चुअलाइज्ड विद द ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ इंश्योरिंग ग्लोबल पीस. बट सी द ब्यूटी सर, द बेसिक assumption on which the UN is created will never foster peace. ये इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि यूएन आज पढ़ना है हमें. इस चीज को समझो, ये कॉन्फ्लिक्टिंग साइकोलॉजी है पूरी. कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी के कॉन्सेप्ट को हम कह रहे हैं कि ये बना है इसलिए क्योंकि ये इंश्योर करेगा ग्लोबल पीस. यूएन बना इसलिए क्योंकि वो हमने कहा कि इट विल प्रमोट ग्लोबल पीस. पर सर कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी का जो फाउंडेशन है, अजम्पशन है, वो प्रमोट ही ये कर रहा है कि देयर इज यूनिवर्सैलिटी ऑफ अग्रेशन. तो वो पीस कैसे प्रमोट करेगा? ये डाइकोटमी है, ये डिलेमा है. और तीसरा पॉइंट यहाँ पर क्या है सर? तीसरा पॉइंट बच्चे यहाँ पर ये इन्फ्रेंस है कि नेशंस अग्री थ्रू कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी दैट दे कैन एंड अग्रेशन. यानी कि आप प्रीमाइस देखो ना बेटा, प्रीमाइस ये है कि अग्रेशन होगा. प्रीमाइस ये है कि अग्रेशन होगा तो नेशंस जो हैं उसको आके रोक सकते हैं. तो एक ऐसा अजीब सा फंडामेंटल सा assumption है कि भैया अगर प्रॉब्लम हुई, वो भी वायलेंस की, तो नेशन स्टेट्स वायलेंस को रोक सकते हैं. तो कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी में दो चीजें याद रखेंगे सर, कि एक, वो एक्सेप्ट करता है कि वायलेंस होगा, अग्रेशन होगा, और दूसरा कि नेशंस के पास पावर होती है कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी में उस अग्रेशन को रोकने की. पर बच्चे एक चीज याद रखना कि कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी के अंदर सबसे बड़ी कमी क्या है? कमी ये है बेटा कि इफ नेशंस कैन एंड अग्रेशन, द क्रिटिक्स आर्ग्यू, देन व्हाई शुड नेशंस इवन एक्सेप्ट दैट देयर कैन बी अग्रेशन? आप समझ रहे हो मेरे पॉइंट को? भाई आप जब ये कह रहे हो बेटा कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी में कि नेशन एक साथ होकर अग्रेशन को रोक सकते हैं, तो कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी को जो लोग क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं वो कहते हैं कि जब नेशन स्टेट्स कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी के तहत अग्रेशन को रोक सकते हैं तो फिर अग्रेशन होने ही क्यों देते हैं? आप समझ रहे हो इस चीज को? तो ये एक पॉइंट आपने याद रखना है. ये समझ आया पूरा? अब आगे बढ़ते हैं. हाउ इज कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी यूज्ड एज अ टूल बाय कंट्रीज टू असर्ट ग्लोबल डोमिनेंस? सो हियर द स्कॉलर दैट वी हैव, हिज नेम इज ई एच कार. कल जो कराया था मैंने आपको एक आइडियलिज्म में, ई एच कार, CARR वाला. EH कार ये कहता है कि सर कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी हिस्टोरिकली हैज ऑलवेज बीन यूज्ड एज अ टूल बाय कंट्रीज टू ऑगमेंट पावर, assert dominance. So we have to look at two concepts parallelly. We have to see which are the countries which are using collective security as a tool to, number one, augment power, because whenever they augment power, their objective and at the end is to ensure global dominance. So he says, if you look at history, there are umpteen examples. For example, he starts with Germany under Bismarck. He says Germany under Bismarck, what did they do? Germany under Bismarck unified the territory. After Bismarck unified the territory, Germany augmented its power. And when Germany augmented its power prior to World War I, Germany wanted to emerge as a globally dominant player. So one thing is very clear, sir. any country which is using collective security is a country that will display two features. First, it will augment power. Second, it will do global dominance. अब आप समझोगे बेटा इस पॉइंट को यहाँ पर, अगर आज मैं बोलूँ कि दिस इज द रीजन व्हाई इंडिया prefers to stay away from alliances. This is why India prefers to stay away from these kind of collective security organizations like NATO, etc. Because we don't want to become a part of the group where we want to augment power through the group and therefore assert global dominance. Because we feel that our global dominance can be exerted differently. We don't need to be a part of a collective security group for that. So we can assert our dominance separately. ये समझ आया बच्चे कि why India refrains from all these kind of organizations which promote this kind of aggressive thinking. दूसरा एग्जाम्पल देता है यहाँ पर ये बंदा. Second example he says is basically of Soviet Union. He says Soviet Union, when it was formed in 1917 to 1921, in that period also, the objective of creating the Soviet Union per se, that union of Soviet socialist republics, was designed with the objective of augmenting power to assert global dominance. Because the objective at that time was to showcase that if, along with Russia, there are other Soviet states that can align with it in its thinking, then the same thinking can be exported abroad. Same thinking can be exported to different countries. And thirdly, he gives the example of America and NATO. He says during the Cold War, USA's creation of NATO was driven with the same logic. कि भाई NATO is an alliance, everyone should come into NATO. All those who come into NATO can augment power using NATO. And therefore, then what will happen is that NATO will be able to export capitalism globally. Export of capitalism globally is equal to global dominance of US. Export of communist ideology by Soviet Union is equal to dominance of Soviet over all over the world. So idea is very clear, bache, that whenever you use collective security as a tool, you will try to augment power. To augment power, you will try to display global dominance. ये क्लियर हो गया थॉट प्रोसेस पूरा. अब आते हैं अगले पॉइंट पे. Present a critical analysis of the collective security thesis. So, sir, critical analysis is given by a scholar whose name is Brian Hawking. Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Hawking, H-O-C-K-I-N-G. Brian Hawking. So, what does Brian Hawking say? Brian Hawking says कि sir, collective security idea is a paradoxical idea. He says why it is paradoxical is because those who speak about it, they say that see, it has been created for a noble purpose of ensuring peace. But the reality is that it is too idealistic. There is nothing noble about what collective security intends to achieve. It is too idealistic. And it is too idealistic to this extent that it does not realize that in the name of promoting peace, it is actually promoting aggression. That it does not realize this. That in the name of promoting peace, it ends up in promoting aggression and violence. He further says another important point, sir. He says that what happens as part of the collective security also is that it is based on a faulty assumption that all those who have come together, there is no aggressor within them. See, this is a very important point Brian is saying, sir. He says if you look at history, in history, Germany was the country, Bismarck-led Germany, who initiated the concept of collective security. But the problem is, Germany itself became the aggressor. So we do not know that the one who is promoting collective security, probably that one person doing that promotion could himself be the aggressor in the future. And he says it's not the case of Germany alone, sir. See the case of US. Throughout history, US has said that NATO is a part of collective security. And he says that, boss, NATO itself has been promoting collective security, but the core creator of NATO, that is US, has been the global aggressor. So he says that it is in this context we say that there is no noble reasoning in creating collective security. In fact, collective security should be seen as a promoter of aggression in the future. अब आप फिर इस चीज को समझो बच्चे, जो मैंने आपको अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बोला कि व्हाई इंडिया विल नेवर एवर गो फॉर कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी टाइप थिंग्स, because India has that insecurity. We feel ki we do not know ki boss, if we sit in a collective security club, who might be the aggressor? We might end up in getting branded that you are sitting with an aggressor. आप समझ रहे हो इस चीज को? So India, that is the reason why never joined NATO. That is why it never joined Soviet Union's alliance, and they never joined any other alliances, sub-alliances of NATO. And that is why India today has an allergic attitude towards the word called alliance. Because we know one thing, कि boss, all these collective security mechanisms, they appear something, but they manifest differently. अच्छा, अब अगर मैं एक लाइन बोलूं बेटा, जो ब्रायन हॉकिंग अपनी रिसर्च में लिखता है, तो क्या आप समझोगे कि in this context of the discussion that we have done till now, can we make this one last conclusion कि collective security is a contested concept? ये पॉइंट समझ आ गया आपको? collective security is a contested concept. contested इसलिए ना बेटा क्योंकि it says something, displays something. So there is no synchronization of the thought that this is how the things will evolve. क्लियर हुआ बच्चे सबको? चलो, अब आते हैं अगले क्वेश्चन पे बेटा. हाउ डिड द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सिक्योरिटी इमर्ज इन इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस? इज इट एन अमॉर्फस कॉन्सेप्ट? एक्सप्लेन विद स्कॉलरशिप अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव अप्रोच टू नेशनल सिक्योरिटी. अब हम कलेक्टिव सिक्योरिटी छोड़ के अब सिक्योरिटी वर्ड पे आ गए हैं. तो हियर द थिंकर दैट वी आर गोइंग टू यूज इज हेनरी किसिंजर. सो हेनरी किसिंजर, भाई साहब किसिंजर ने कम से कम 12-13 किताबें लिखी हैं बेटा, और बहुत जबरदस्त किताबें हैं उसकी. और किसिंजर के साथ साथ ना एक व्यक्ति है जॉन मियर शाइमर, वो भी अमेरिकन थिंकर है, किसिंजर की थिंकिंग वाला. तो उसकी भी किताबें अच्छी हैं. तो उनमें से अगर कुछ कभी पढ़ना होगा ना, तो मैं आपको सिलेक्टेड चैप्टर्स दूंगा पढ़ने के, तो वो आप पढ़ लेना. तो हेनरी किसिंजर से कि सर, सिक्योरिटी एज अ कॉन्सेप्ट हैज इमर्ज्ड आफ्टर द पीस ऑफ वेस्टफेलिया 1648. He says that 1648 onwards, when the peace of Westphalia came, security as a concept emerged. Then what happened is that Kant as a thinker came, and he also emphasized that states subordinate their national interest to a common good, and it will be ruled by international law. States will be subordinating their national interest to a common good. And not only they will subordinate their national interest to a common good, but they will also be ruled by international law. So this understanding of Kant plus the thought of Henry Kissinger, they tell us two important things. They say कि भाई, one important point to be understood here is कि sir, states have national interest, but for the states, national interest is subordinate to what is called as a common good. Common good word here used by Kant is global security. So he says that there is a global security which is promoted by international law. So see, Kant is going from bottom to up approach. He says there is a state has a national interest, but above the national interest is a common good. This is why Kant will never be able to support what realists say. Because realists क्या बोलेंगे कि no sir, national interest is supreme. Above that there is nothing. I can do a military fight for my national interest. Kant says कि no boss. When you are operating in an international system, you have to understand state will have national interest. National interest will be subordinate to a common good, and that common good is a global good. That global good, which is a common good, is global security and global peace. Kant says that you can achieve your national interest only when there is global peace. And how to ensure that there is global peace? Kant says that there is an international law. This is where Henry Kissinger says कि boss, that international law that promotes global common good is what? That international law which promotes the global common good is global security. So global security ensures peace and stability. If global security ensures peace and stability, which is ensured through international law, then this allows the states to pursue national interest. ये concept समझ आया आपको? So Kant says कि sir, national interest is one part of the global community and international system. National interest can only be pursued when there is global security, because global security ensures peace and stability. So Kant basically very clearly argued कि boss, we need certain international rules, regulations, bodies. These international rules, regulation bodies will promote global peace, global security. Acha, Kant gave this thought. Henry Kissinger supported this idea. But then the problem came in this format, beta, कि when United Nations was born, UN was envisaged by few people as that instrument that will promote global peace and security. UN was envisaged as that instrument that will promote what is called as global international law for security. But this is where the problem came. This is where the problem came कि even though UN was created for that purpose, countries never accepted that UN is created for that purpose. Every country had a different idea. And that is what made this global concept of UN-based security as amorphous. Amorphous word का मतलब पता है क्या होता है बेटा? Amorphous word का मतलब होता है कि it lacks definite ideas. It lacks definite ideas. Lacks definite ideas का मतलब क्या हुआ बेटा? कि भाई every country does not have a similar outlook towards global security. Because when we created UN, when we created that international organization based on the Kantian thought, कि there should be international law to regulate security to ensure peace stability. Every country in the world had a different approach towards it. Why? Because, for example, India initially saw UN as a platform for global security. That is why, sir, when India witnessed a security issue in the form of India-Pakistan war over Kashmir in 47-48, we took the matter to UN. We perceived at that time that if UN is created on the Kantian principle to provide for international law that will promote global security, so that instrument will help us in promoting global security. But for India itself, its own experience at the UN for Kashmir issue proved that UN cannot provide for global security in Kashmir. So what has happened? Over a period of time, beta, it will not be wrong to say that today India does not look at UN for global security. In fact, India today looks at UN at two levels. One is to promote global development. One is to promote global development. And we look at UN today as not only a global development tool, but a tool for power projection. So we feel that UN is a platform where we can go and talk about ourselves, our achievements, our commitments. Today we can go to UN and we can talk to UN and tell people in the UN about how we wish to emerge ourselves as a responsible player. Power projection. So what has happened, beta? ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा बच्चे कि even from India's point of view, our perception of UN as an instrument, which was envisaged as an instrument for global peace and security, has seen amorphous thinking. Because it started with some idea, but it ended up in some idea. आप evolution समझ रहे हो? 1947-48, we thought UN is for security. During the Cold War, we said no, it is for development. New international economic order, बताया था आपको briefly. And today it is power projection. So see, even from India's point of view, it is amorphous. So one thing is very clear, beta, that security as a concept in international relation lacks definite idea. Amorphous का meaning मैंने आपको बताया ना बच्चे, lacks a definite idea. Because every country perceives it differently. USA today feels कि boss, for us, UN is nothing but an extension of American interest. So for US, UN is nothing but a subordinate office. For India, it is different. So no country today has a definite idea about how to view UN. And why I am repeatedly using the word UN is better because UN was conceptualized for global security based on the Kantian principle that international law should govern, enable countries to pursue their national interests. तो ये पॉइंट सबको क्लियर हुआ या नहीं हुआ जी? ठीक है, चलो. In the realm of national security and international relations, explain using scholarship the concept of power, military strength, and force. Is power a zero-sum game, sir? Sir, here again, beta, the scholar is Henry Kissinger only. What does Henry Kissinger say? He says, sir, power is what the nations possess to control their sovereignty. Nations possess to control their sovereignty. So, from the Henry Kissinger's perspective, bache, the concept of power is hard power. That in order to protect your sovereignty, what kind of instruments do you have? What kind of possessions do you have? So basically, Henry Kissinger argues that sir, power is all about material capabilities. And these material capabilities are your economic and military strength. But this is where another problem lies. That what Henry Kissinger says might have been an idea for one part of the time in the world. But this idea is not common throughout the world. Why? Because, for example, today, according to Joseph Nye, NYE, power is not about economic or military power. Power is also about soft power. So here what we are trying to say is, sir, the word power itself is number one contested. Every country will define power their way. For America, if it is economic and military capability, then for India, it is soft power. Similarly, when we talk about military strength, sir, military strength basically means the capability of your forces, capabilities of your armed forces to protect your sovereignty. So military strength means hardcore strength of your troops. But beta, in military strength, there is one more added concept of nuclear weapon. Ki your military strength is not only your conventional armed forces, it's also your nuclear troops. Nuclear troops means in your armed forces, which of the wings of the armed forces have the capability to use nuclear weapon? So if army only has the capability to use nuclear weapon, we said that army is the only instrument. But beta, if in a country, army, navy, air force all have capabilities to use nuclear weapon, we say triad, TRIAD. All three troops, all three have the capability to launch nuclear weapon. Today, in the case of India, we know beta, we have a triad. Our army, navy, air force all have the capability to use nuclear weapon through their instruments of power that they use. And what is the concept of force, sir? Force here is basically an instrument of coercion to do behavioral change. Force is what? An instrument of coercion to do behavioral change. What behavioral change? The behavioral change to achieve an objective that you have set. So force में बेटा whatever behavioral change you will do, that behavioral change will be based on. That behavioral change will be based on what? It will be based on your military objective. समझ रहे हो आप? It will be based on your military objective. But now the question is, sir, is power a zero-sum game? Answer is yes. क्योंकि भाई, when we talk about the word power, we are basically saying what, sir? Military capability. अब आप कल जो हमने डिस्कशन सिक्योरिटी डिलेमा की थी बेटा, उसको याद करो. What happens when one country enhances its military capability? Other will become insecure. They will counter increase their military capability. This will then again increase military capability. This will again increase. So it will keep escalating. So why is it a zero-sum game? Because nobody gains. Because the idea is कि sir, once you focus only on military capabilities, there is no end to it. Because from military capabilities you will go to nuclear capabilities, but beyond nuclear capabilities nothing exists. And that is the time when you might enter, as Henry Kissinger says, you might enter into not only the fact that you'll have a power dilemma, but you will also realize that there is no utility of doing this kind of a game further. Why you will realize that there is no utility? Because what will happen here, beta? If you keep increasing your military capabilities, then from military capabilities, if you keep increasing your nuclear capabilities, one day you will realize, ki, boss, what do I do beyond? This is where Joseph Nye again comes and says, ki, one day you will realize that actual game lies in soft power. So he says that, military capability will enhance to nuclear capability, and nuclear capability will finally manifest one day into soft power. That is why, beta, Joseph Nye, and the point that he says is now explained by another scholar here that we will mention. His name is Noam Chomsky. नाम सुना होगा आपने, Noam Chomsky. Naom, Noam Chomsky. Chomsky. Very, very influential man in US, sir. Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky's case, this is the reason why today US has realized the power of narrative building. Because US has understood the fact, sir, that it has reached saturation in military power, it has reached saturation in nuclear power. The only way to now control other countries in the world is through the power of narrative. So power is a zero-sum game, boss. Because once you enhance your military capability, once you enhance your nuclear capability, you will realize that you have achieved the peak. While you may not officially accept the peak, you will silently and quietly change towards what is called a soft power. Propaganda is one of the soft powers. Narrative building is propaganda. अमेरिका इज डूइंग दिस. बट आपने कभी अमेरिका को देखा ऑफिशियली एक्सेप्ट करते हुए कि भाई हम मिलिट्री कन्वेंशन और डेवलप नहीं करेंगे? वो कभी एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगा. पर अमेरिका चुपचाप क्या कर रहा है, कितना चंट है देखो. दे आर बेसिकली ट्राइंग टू यूज द पावर ऑफ प्रोपोगेंडा. आपको ये चीज समझ आई नहीं आई? ये क्वेश्चन समझ आया नहीं आया? प्रोपोगेंडा वाला. ठीक है जी. अब अगले क्वेश्चन को देखो सर, ये आपको होमवर्क दिया था मैंने. 216. ठीक है जी. अच्छा, इसमें मेरे को बताओ जी आप, व्हाट आर द रीसेंट नॉन मिलिट्री आइडियाज इमर्जिंग इन नेशनल सिक्योरिटी स्टडीज इन आया? नॉन मिलिट्री आइडियाज क्या है भाई, which are coming up as security challenges? Examine in the light of changing nature of security in IR. भाई ये बड़ा सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन है बच्चे. इसमें आप 4-5 चीजें लिख लो, इलेबोरेट आप अपने आप कर सकते हो. पहला है सर एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी. यू कैन सेल्फ इलेबोरेट दीज पॉइंट्स, सो आई एम जस्ट मेकिंग यू राइट द बुलेट्स दैट यू कैन इलेबोरेट ऑन योर ओन एंड बिल्ड ऑन योर ओन. एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, फूड सिक्योरिटी, environmental security, health security, and other non-traditional items like prevention of human trafficking, arms smuggling, ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग. ठीक है जी. इनको अब आप अपने आप इलेबोरेट कर सकते हो, ये कोई इतना क्वेश्चन डिफिकल्ट तो है नहीं, कॉमन सी चीजें. तो ये क्लियर हो गया जी सबको. अब आते हैं अगले क्वेश्चन में बेटा, कि एक्सप्लेन द रियलिस्ट सिक्योरिटी अप्रोच. हाँ, माइग्रेशन, डेमोग्राफी, साइबर, यू कैन ऐड मेनी थिंग्स यू वांट. ठीक है जी. तो ये क्लियर हो गया सबको. चलो. Explain the realist security, sir, using illustration and scholarship, sir. So scholar here is, sir, a person by the name of Buzan. 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 So Buzan says कि sir, realist scholars have tried to explain security by saying that there is no peace in the world and the world is in a constant environment and state of war. World is in a constant state of war. Now he says कि sir, in the perception of the realists, one thing is very clear कि sir, state is the main actor who has to ensure security. And this state, which is the main actor, will try to maximize their power. And once it maximizes its power, one thing will become clear. It will enter into what is called as alliance formation, augmenting own capabilities, create insecurity, create security dilemma, augment power, increase power, create insecurity, create security dilemma, and therefore use military as a tool to assert global dominance. तो रियलिस्ट्स के नजरिए से तो आइडिया क्लियर है भाई हमें कि भाई इनके लिए द वर्ल्ड इज इन अ कांस्टेंट स्टेट ऑफ वॉर, परमानेंट स्टेट ऑफ वॉर कभी खत्म होनी ही नहीं है. तो इनके लिए सर सिक्योरिटी इज ऑफ पैरामाउंट इंपॉर्टेंस. बुजान सेज सिक्योरिटी फॉर रियलिस्ट इज ऑफ पैरामाउंट इंपॉर्टेंस. दे विल डू एनीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग फॉर सिक्योरिटी. ये क्लियर हो गया जी सबको. अब देखो अगला, नियो रियलिस्ट अप्रोच. सर नियो रियलिस्ट अप्रोच का जो स्कॉलर है उसका नाम है कोलासी, KOLASI. व्हाट डज कोलासी से सर? कोलासी says कि sir, when we talk about the neo-realist perspective, these neo-realists are those people who argue a very important thing. They say कि sir, states will try to not only enhance their military expenditures to maintain global security, but while doing that, they will also try to cooperate with other like-minded states. This cooperation with other like-minded states will create a condition where what will happen is that they will be able to form larger alliances. But Kolasi says that what has happened in the global politics today is that seeing the countries create this kind of a global security based on alliances is not giving us global results. So countries, instead of creating these kind of alliances, cooperating on the like-mindedness, have now started creating minilaterals. So neo-realists are the people who say कि sir, minilaterals today are more effective. And he says that there is another name for minilaterals that we use called regional security groups, RSGs, regional security groups. So he says that what has happened over a period of time is countries will do military expenditure to ensure security. But then they will witness an evolution. What is the evolution? They will start with what is called as alliances. They will realize that alliances are not useful. Then they will gradually go for minilaterals. And these minilaterals might emerge in the form of later regional security groups. So Kolasi here explains the fact that see, NATO was one point of time one of the biggest groups in the world. But he says that NATO has mutated today. Mutated means it has split today. So today one of the mutated versions of NATO is what he calls as Indo-Pacific and Quad. One of the mutated versions of NATO is what he calls as AUKUS. So he says, beta ki Indo-Pacific, Quad and AUKUS are such groupings which today exist as minilaterals. But in the future, he says, what is the future I see? कल आपको ये क्वेश्चन होमवर्क में दिया था ना मैंने, फ्यूचर वाला एक क्वेश्चन अभी आगे आएगा, आज देखना. He says, Kolasi says कि while today Indo-Pacific, AUKUS and Quad exist as minilateral groupings, there is a high probability that these groupings in the near future will become a regional security group. Regional security group means what he's trying to say is कि sir these minilaterals are new groups today, but they are not able to have consensus. Over a period of time in the next few years, the future of these groupings is कि sir they will establish themselves as a regional security group. Regional security group here means that they will develop some commonalities on which they will all agree. India will also agree on few points, America will agree on few points, and that common thread which binds all these groups will be making these people a regional security group. तो ये याद रखना बच्चे, कल को क्वाड इंडो पैसिफिक का कोई क्वेश्चन आ जाए बेटा, ये चीज ध्यान से याद करके लिख लेना, कोलासी की थीसिस, कि अभी ये बने हैं पहली बात म्यूटेटेड अलायंसेस के मिनीलैटरल्स, आगे बनेंगे मिनीलैटरल से रीजनल सिक्योरिटी ग्रुप्स। ये एक एवोल्यूशनरी पाथ है। अगर आपसे कोई सिंपल शब्दों में भी ये पूछे ना बेटा कि क्वाड का क्या फ्यूचर है, तो बोलो कि सर क्वाड इज अ म्यूटेटेड वर्जन ऑफ एन अलायंस, alliances are no more successful, thus quad is equal to minilateral, quad is equal to minilateral is equal to in future regional security group। ये थॉट समझ आ गया सबको? थिंकिंग क्लियर हो गई सबको? चलो अगले क्वेश्चन पे आते हैं बच्चे। व्हाट इज द सिक्योरिटी अप्रोच ऑफ द लिबरल थ्योरीज, हाउ डू दे सिक्योर अ बैलेंस बिटवीन लिबर्टी, सिक्योरिटी, यूज इलस्ट्रेशन एंड स्कॉलरशिप सर? सो रॉबर्ट की होने लिबरल, रॉबर्ट की होने से इज कि सर idea is that global security is only possible when there is maximum liberty। लिबरल ये कहते हैं कि साहब ग्लोबल सिक्योरिटी इज ओनली पॉसिबल व्हेन देयर इज promotion of liberty। Liberty is only possible when there is complex interdependence। Liberty is only possible when countries come together under a complex interdependence and ensure a very important thing, that is creation of a cobweb model। So when they ensure a cobweb model, one thing is very clear कि at this juncture, when there is a cobweb, when there is complex interdependence, there is maximization of individual liberty, which is creating economic liberty। Individual liberty, economic liberty. This individual liberty, which is promoted through complex interdependence, through the cobweb model, will strengthen economic liberty, and that will ensure global security। क्योंकि कल अपन ने क्या बात करी थी बच्चे कॉम्प्लेक्स इंटरडिपेंडेंस में, कि जब आप कॉम्प्लेक्स इंटरडिपेंडेंस को बिल्ड करते हो तो मिलिट्री ऑटोमेटिकली पीछे हो जाती है। द मिलिट्री स्लिप्स अवे बिकॉज देर आर इकोनॉमिक फोर्सेस दैट फोर्ज कोऑपरेशन। तो जितनी ज्यादा इकोनॉमिक फोर्सेस को आप बढ़ावा दोगे ना, उस इकोनॉमिक फोर्स से वो कहता है कि सिर्फ मार्केट्स जुड़ेंगे नहीं, मार्केट्स के साथ साथ सबसे इंपॉर्टेंटली जो चीज जुड़ेगी वो है कि इंडिविजुअल की प्रॉस्पेरिटी और लिबर्टी। और इंडिविजुअल जो है जब वो प्रॉस्पेरिटी और लिबर्टी के पाथ पे जाएगा ना सर, वो कभी वॉर नहीं चाहेगा। ही विल नेवर वांट वॉर। ये समझ आया पॉइंट बेटा? देखो आइडिया वही है। सिक्योरिटी लिबरल्स कैसे एक्सप्लेन करेंगे? तो लिबरल्स अपने ही प्रिंसिपल्स पे टिके रहेंगे, रियलिस्ट अपने प्रिंसिपल पे टिके रहेंगे। हर बंदे ने जो अपने अजम्पशंस आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं उस हिसाब से वो अपनी एक्सप्लेनेशन देगा। अब देखो अगला क्वेश्चन सर, नियो मार्क्सिस्ट, ये है असली कलेशी। नियो मार्क्सिस्ट, इनके हिसाब से सर सिक्योरिटी की अप्रोच क्या है सर? नियो मार्क्सिस्ट ये कहते हैं कि सर सिक्योरिटी इज ओनली प्रोवाइडेड व्हेन देयर इज अ रेवोल्यूशन इन द सोसाइटी, because through the revolution the capitalist class is overthrown, there is a state established by the worker population, that worker population will work for the welfare of the workers, and not only they will work for the welfare of the workers। कल आपको एक चीज बताई थी ना मैंने कि सर मार्क्सिस्ट विल ऑलवेज बिलीव कि सर देयर विल बी अ बॉर्डरलेस वर्ल्ड ऑफ ऑल वर्कर्स, लेबरों का उमा बन जाएगा। तो दिस बॉर्डरलेस वर्ल्ड ऑफ ऑल द वर्कर्स विल इंश्योर cooperation amongst the global worker community। This will ensure not only cooperation amongst global labor community but sir global labor solidarity। So global labor solidarity will ensure what? It will ensure one very important thing, that there is no need for security. Because when globally labor class dominates, it works for the welfare of the most downtrodden on the earth. So when there are no capitalists, there is no need for security. ये भी बड़ा ना फ्लॉड सा assumption है ये कह के कि भाई जब लेबर होंगे तो उनको सिक्योरिटी की आवश्यकता नहीं है. भाई लेबरों के बीच भी तो कलेश हो सकता है ना. इंसान बाय बर्थ कलेशी है. जैसे एरिस्टोटल ने कहा था ना कि भाई मैन बाय नेचर इज अ सोशल एनिमल. हम इंडिया में कहते हैं मैन बाय नेचर इज कलेशी एनिमल. पैदा हुआ है कलेश करने के लिए. तो ये अजम्पशन ले लेना कि भाई कैपिटलिस्ट हट जाएंगे, लेबर आ जाएगी, लेबर के बीच में कलेश नहीं होगा. मैं कह रहा हूँ लेबर वैसे ही सबसे बड़ी कलेशी होती है. तो इनका अजम्पशन ये है कि सर अगर लेबर क्लास का रूल आया तो सिक्योरिटी की लॉजिक की रिक्वायरमेंट ही नहीं है. ये सारी रिक्वायरमेंट इसलिए है क्योंकि ये कैपिटलिस्ट का नरेटिव है कि सिक्योरिटी होनी चाहिए, वर्ल्ड में पीस होना चाहिए, स्टेबिलिटी. वो कहते हैं सर पीस स्टेबिलिटी का रूट कॉज है इनइक्वालिटी. इनइक्वालिटी हटाओ, सिक्योरिटी हटाओ, देश बचाओ. ये समझ आया जी? अच्छा, पेज नंबर 219 का पहला क्वेश्चन आपका होमवर्क था जी. अब सेकंड क्वेश्चन देखते हैं सर. एग्जामिन द कोर टेनेट्स ऑफ द क्रिटिकल थ्योरी. अब आपको एक बड़ी दिलचस्प बात बताऊं सर. ये क्रिटिकल थ्योरी क्या थी पता है आपको? 1920s and 1930s was the time period when there were certain scholars living in Germany. These scholars who were living in Germany were basically Marxist scholars. They were inspired by the Russian Revolution. Russian Revolution had already stated very clearly that our objective is what? Our objective is to promote communism globally. But sir, when Russian Revolution happened, when they tried to promote communism globally, they realized that they face a challenge because there is no possibility that another country will buy communism so easily. So you have to do a lot of pressurizing. So what happened at that time is कि while there were communists at one place who were trying to globally promote communism, in 1930s a bunch of scholars came together in Germany, and these people in Germany began to think कि if there is communism that has to be promoted amongst the other states, state can definitely play a role. That means Soviet Union can definitely play a role. But the issue is, what if Soviet Union alone is not able to do that? Then to promote global communism, there has to be some academic support also. To give that academic support to the communist movement globally, these scholars in 1930s in Germany created the Frankfurt School. Frankfurt School. Now what happened? In 1930s when the Frankfurt School was created, and these scholars of the Frankfurt School were sitting thinking that how can we lend support to the communist movement. In Germany at that time Hitler came. Hitler started identifying and persecuting these communists. Hitler even threatened these Frankfurt School people. You know what happened then? All these people of the Frankfurt School, after coming of Hitler in Germany, left Germany, went to US. When they went to US, they renamed the Frankfurt School in US as the critical theory. And then in US, they started championing the critical theory, which was nothing but the same Marxist agenda. And under the umbrella name of critical theory, they started now saying that the best way to support communists, to help promote communism, is to degrade culture, assault on the culture. So critical theory's basic premise is this: assault the culture of a state, assault the cultural thinking of the people of the state. It will pave way for communists to enter into that state. Because once people start questioning their culture, they start questioning all materialism with the culture. आप समझ रहे हो इस चीज को? क्रिटिकल थ्योरी के फ्रैंकफर्ट स्कूल के इंडिया में बहुत लोग हैं सर. हमारे जवाहरलाल मौलाना नेहरू भी हैं उसी स्कूल ऑफ थॉट के। हमारी पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसी स्कूल ऑफ थॉट की है सर। फ्रैंकफर्ट स्कूल और क्रिटिकल थ्योरी। अब आपको समझ आ रहा है वो परसों पैलेस्टीन का बैग लेके क्यों घूम रही थी? अब आपको समझ आ रहा है पिछले हफ्ते वो गाड़ी उठा के संभल चला गया था, पुलिस वालों से चांटे खा के वापस आया। सर ये हैं एक्सटेंशंस। आपको इन एक्सटेंशंस के बारे में और पढ़ना है ना, आप पढ़ो एजी नूरानी, ग्रेनविल ऑस्टिन, आप पढ़ो रोमिला थापर, आप पढ़ो सतीश चंद्रा, आप पढ़ो बीएल ग्रोवर, आप पढ़ो बिपिन चंद्रा। ये हैं सर सारे फ्रैंकफर्ट स्कूल क्रिटिकल थ्योरी के एक्सटेंशंस इन इंडिया। कंप्लीट असॉल्ट ऑन कल्चर। आप समझ रहे हो इस चीज को? बेटा लेफ्टिस्ट तो यूएस में पहले दिन से थे। वो तो जब कम्युनिज्म स्टार्ट हुआ था तो वो वहां पहुंच गए थे। पर आप ये चीज समझ में आ रही है आपको? फ्रैंकफर्ट स्कूल बिकमिंग क्रिटिकल थ्योरी, critical theory saying assault on culture. The best way to destroy the social security fabric of a state is destroy their culture. बेस्ट वे। और इंडिया में इसके बड़े चैंपियन हैं जो मैंने आपको बताया। कन्हैया कुमार इज अनदर एग्जांपल, क्रिटिकल थ्योरी, असॉल्ट ऑन कल्चर। तो ये चीज को समझो सर, इनका लार्जर ऑब्जेक्टिव एक ही है सर, कि सर डिस्ट्रॉय द सिक्योरिटी ऑफ द स्टेट बाय इरोडिंग द कल्चर ऑफ अ स्टेट। इफ पीपल स्टार्ट क्वेश्चनिंग देयर कल्चर, देयर ट्रेडिशन, what will happen as a consequence is that people here will be in a position to destroy their own security. Why? Because they will have question mark on the credibility of the state. सर जब आप किसी देश में जाके उसके कल्चर को डिस्ट्रॉय करते हो ना सर, आप कल्चर को डिस्ट्रॉय करने के टाइम पे एक लेजिटिमेसी क्राइसिस क्रिएट करते हो। क्या लेजिटिमेसी क्राइसिस है? लेजिटिमेसी क्राइसिस यही है सर, पीपल स्टार्ट क्वेश्चनिंग द सैंक्टिटी ऑफ द स्टेट। इंडिया में आज की डेट में और क्या हो रहा है सर? ये जो चल रहा है पूरा नैरेटिव, कास्ट सेंसस कराएंगे, ब्राह्मणिकल सुप्रीमेसी है, ब्राह्मण जो हैं सर वो बेसिकली क्या है कि लोगों को असॉल्ट करते हैं। ये सारा जो नैरेटिव है ये क्या है? यही है। इसको अपने आसपास देखो सर, आपके आसपास रोज चल रहा है ये क्रिटिकल थ्योरी, फ्रैंकफर्ट स्कूल का म्यूटेशन। क्योंकि इनका ऑब्जेक्टिव सिंपल है सर, सिक्योरिटी ऑफ द स्टेट कैन बी टैकल्ड द बेस्ट वे, इरोड द कल्चर ऑफ द स्टेट। क्लियर हुआ ये पॉइंट? बाकी सर फ्रैंकफर्ट स्कूल क्रिटिकल थ्योरी पूरी सर आपको पढ़ाएंगे डिटेल में, डोंट वरी। पहला टॉपिक है आपके पॉलिटिकल साइंस में, पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी, मीनिंग, इंट्रोडक्शन एंड अप्रोचेस। तो ये चीज क्लियर हुई थी। चलो अब अगले पे आते हैं सर, फेमिनिस्ट सिक्योरिटी अप्रोच। ये अलग ही कैटेगरी के लोग हैं फेमिनिस्ट। इनका जीवन में रोना नहीं खत्म होता। तो भाई यहाँ पर सर स्कॉलरशिप हियर इज हैना आरेंट सर। हैना आंटी है अपनी, हैना आरेंट। अब हैना क्या कहती है? हैना कहती है कि सर द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सिक्योरिटी इज एक्सियोलॉजिकल। ये वर्ड देखो ऐसा बनाया है इन्होंने, आंटियों ने, एक्सियोलॉजिकल, AXIOLOGICAL। एक्सियोलॉजिकल का मतलब होता है सर कि द इंटायर कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सिक्योरिटी इज बेस्ड ऑन रॉन्ग assumptions, wrong axis, wrong premise, wrong assumptions। सिक्योरिटी का कंसेप्शन ही रॉन्ग है, वो रॉन्ग एक्सिस पे बेस्ड है। क्यों? क्योंकि ये कहती हैं कि सर सिक्योरिटी टुडे इज ऑल मेल सेंटर्ड, मेल सेंट्रिक। व्हेन मेल्स टॉक अबाउट एनार्की, इट इज देयर नेचर दैट दे लाइक एनार्की। मतलब हम क्या कोई कलीसी हैं यहाँ पे? बदतमीज किस्म की बातें कर रही है ना। तो ये कहती है कि सर सिक्योरिटी इज मेल सेंट्रिक, एनार्की इज द ट्रू नेचर ऑफ मैन, and males prefer anarchy. It is in this anarchy that they are able to create confrontational situation. They are able to create confrontational situation So they say कि sir, the entire concept of security is male interest driven. Males like to use force. Males like to prefer to not only use force but also play with big weapons. आप भी खेल लो, हमने मना किया है, उठा लो AK-47, फिर कहोगे भारी है हमसे नहीं उठ रही, हमने कहा है तुम्हें मत उठाओ। तो ये बेसिकली जो फेमिनिस्ट है ना सर, ये कहते हैं कि सर ये सारा ना मेल्स का किया करा है। अच्छा, फिर ये क्या कहते हैं, अब ये कहते हैं कि सर हाउ कैन सिक्योरिटी बी मेड फेमिनिस्ट। द बेस्ट वे टू मेक सिक्योरिटी फेमिनिस्ट इज टू एड्रेस द कोर इश्यूज। कोर इशू इज सर मिसमैनेजमेंट ऑफ रिसोर्स। मिसमैनेजमेंट ऑफ रिसोर्स मीन्स कि सर males are not able to manage the resources of the state effectively. Only women can manage the resources effectively. घर के बर्तन तो संभाले नहीं जाते, रिसोर्सेज मैनेज करेंगी कंट्री की, बातें करवा लो बस। फिर ये कहती हैं कि सर द अदर कॉज ऑफ प्रॉब्लम टुडे that has to be addressed to bring about feminist security is human right violations. फूलन देवी जो है वो फेमिनिस्ट थी, वो ह्यूमन राइट वायलेशन नहीं करती थी, वो ह्यूमन का ही वायलेशन कर देती थी। तो ये कहते हैं कि सर एड्रेस दी ह्यूमन राइट वायलेशंस, और ये कहते हैं कि सर द रूट कॉज व्हाई फेमिनिस्ट वर्जन ऑफ सिक्योरिटी कैन नॉट बी प्रमोटेड इज दैट देयर इज अ सोशल इम्बैलेंस। वुमेन आर ऑलवेज not treated as equal to men. They are not treated as equal to men because they are basically looked upon as housekeepers. So as a result of which, the entire axis on which the security principle is based is faulty. अब देखो फेमिनिस्ट ने क्या कर दिया, सारी चीज मेल्स पे डाल दी, हर चीज को बोल दिया मेल्स ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल है। फिर उन्होंने ये बता दिया कि इनके फंडामेंटल इश्यूज भी हैं, पर दीदी अपनी थ्योरी भी दे देते। फिर ये भी बता देते कि आपका परसेप्शन ऑफ सिक्योरिटी क्या है, वो है नहीं। है ना, अरंड से जब ये पूछा गया कि देन फाइनली आफ्टर क्रिटिसाइजिंग ऑल दिस अबाउट मेल्स, हाउ डू वी हाउ डू फेमिनिस्ट्स इंश्योर सिक्योरिटी, सो हर आंसर वाज फेमिनिस्ट कैन नॉट इंश्योर सिक्योरिटी टिल द टाइम द मेल्स आर हियर। तो आप क्या चाहते हो भाई, टिल द टाइम मेल्स आर हियर का मतलब ये है कि जब तक मेल्स रहेंगे तो तब तक आप सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड नहीं कर सकते। तो बेसिक आइडिया इज कि सर व्हेन इट कम्स टू फेमिनिस्ट पर्सपेक्टिव, लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड वन थिंग सर, they are critical of the security. Their criticism of the security is that it is male dominated, but then they fail to outline their version of security. So by merely criticizing and leaving things will not work, sir. You have to present an alternative argument also. तो ये कहते हैं कि नहीं, दी ऑल्टरनेटिव आर्ग्यूमेंट इज कि सर mismanagement of resources and human right violations must stop. But sir, how is mismanagement of resources and human right violations, if they are stopped, ensure security? कोई लॉजिक है इस बात में? तो ये इन्होंने बोला है। बट चलो सर, अब बोल दिया तो अब हम क्या करें, फिर हमें तो पढ़ना ही पड़ेगा अभी। अब आते हैं जी अगले पे, कंस्ट्रक्टिविस्ट सिक्योरिटी अप्रोच। सर कंस्ट्रक्टिविस्ट सिक्योरिटी अप्रोच इज गिवन बाय विटनी वेब। विटनी, WHITNEY, विटनी वेब, WEBB। सो सर देयर परसेप्शन, कंस्ट्रक्टिविस्ट परसेप्शन ऑफ सिक्योरिटी इज कि सर security problems arise because of socio-economic conflicts. So they say कि sir socio-economic conflicts are basically the reason why there is a need for security. Now what they also say is कि sir today what has happened is that because of globalization there is value and culture erosion, and any erosion of values and cultures will create more security challenges. Because sir when a man is basically deprived of his own civilizational value and culture, he will feel insecure, and that insecurity will create some kind of social crisis. That insecurity will not only create some kind of social crisis, but that insecurity will also ensure that there are cultural dissonance in the society. कल्चरल डिसोनेंस का मतलब ये देखो, इनका लॉजिक क्या है सर, ये कह रहे हैं कि सोसाइटी के अंदर सारी प्रॉब्लम क्यों हो रही है, क्योंकि सोसाइटी के अंदर जो लोगों के कल्चर्स हैं वो इरोड हो रहे हैं। इसका इरोजन का सबसे बड़ा ड्राइवर क्या है? ग्लोबलाइजेशन। ग्लोबलाइजेशन क्योंकि आज की डेट में कल्चर्स को इरोड कर रहा है, तो लोगों के अंदर इनसिक्योरिटी हो रही है। इस इनसिक्योरिटी की वजह से सारे सिक्योरिटी प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट हो रहे हैं। So they are saying कि sir, if today people are becoming violent, if there are security problems, let's understand that these security problems are not because of anything else, but their root cause. That root cause is erosion of social and cultural values. So how do you ensure security? So they say to ensure security, you don't need military. To ensure security, you don't need weapons. To ensure security, you don't need nuclear technologies. So how do you ensure security? They say that the best way to ensure security is to make sure that you focus on ethics, values, and improving the quality of life. So if you work on ethics, values, improving the quality of life, then what will happen is that cultures of the people will remain protected. And protection of cultures of the people will ensure the next important thing, which is that there will be no cultural deprivation. Absence of cultural deprivation will create conditions where one thing will become very clear. In this scenario, if people feel that their cultures are not violated, they will have no insecurity. So constructivist version of security is more related through education, more related through ethics, value of life, quality of life promotion, etc. So they are the ones who do not use the term military at all. अब आते हैं जी, कोपेनहेगन स्कूल वाज इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय पॉलिटिकल फिलॉसफी एंड कंट्रीब्यूटेड टू द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ पावर एंड सिक्योरिटी थ्रू मल्टी डायमेंशनल कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव अप्रोचेस in the ontological epistemological context. Examine the thesis in the light of scholarship. Scholar here is Sir James Stavridis. James Stavridis. Staviridis. Stavridis. Staviridis. James Stavridis. Now, sir, what is the Copenhagen School? Copenhagen School is a school which says that security is a phenomena that needs to be addressed in a context. The context here is that the states are not abstract entities but are made up of societies. तो ये स्टेप बाय स्टेप अप्रोच बोलते हैं सर। ये कहते हैं कि सर सिक्योरिटी इज अ फिनोमिना दैट नीड्स टू बी एड्रेस्ड इन अ कॉन्टेक्स्ट। तो हर एक टाइम पे सिक्योरिटी को अगर आपको देखना है तो एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट के नजरिए से देखो। दूसरा ये कहते हैं कि स्टेट्स आर नॉट एब्स्ट्रैक्ट एंटिटीज, they are made up of different kinds of societies. So society has to be at the heart of any analysis of security. And how does that happen? They say कि भाई states must realize that they all have a common interest. They must try to protect the gains that they develop out of the common interest. And how do they protect the gains out of the common interest? By creating mechanisms where energy of each individual is driven to strengthen society. Energy of each individual is driven towards strengthening of the society. So, sir, their logic is not very different from what is called as the constructivist view that we have just seen. They also say the same thing कि boss, security is not about military. Security is all about society. It is all about the individual in the society. It is also about how individuals use their energy, synergize or cooperate with their energies to do nation building. So if all individuals are focused by basically bringing their energy for nation building, then their constructive energy is used for a purpose. This purpose will work for their betterment. So security cannot be provided merely by military, sir. It has to be also provided by channelizing the energies of the people for well-being. And this is where these people also say, sir, that state alone cannot play the role here. Certain non-state actors like global institutions, certain non-state actors like, international organizations, they also help drive this behavior. So Copenhagen school is very clear, boss. Society has to be seen from the prism of security. In the society are individuals. Channelize the energy of each individual for well-being. Use international organizations to also channelize the energy of each individual for well-being. If each individual in each society is focused on well-being, security is automatically offered because the energies are diverted towards well-being and not towards war. So security is not to be provided by military. Security has to be provided by channelizing or synergizing the energies of the people. State alone is not the player. International organizations will also play an important role. So there is an interconnected world where everyone focuses all their energies on their own well-being. So well-being centric security. More focus on well-being, more focus on upliftment of your thinking, more focus on your own creative energy, no requirement of military. समझ आया जी कोपेनहेगन स्कूल? अब what are the tenets of the Aberystwyth School of Security and who are the scholars? सर ये स्कूल जो है, ये स्कूल हैज बीन गिवन बाय जॉन पर्किंस, PERKINS, पर्किंस. ठीक है जी. दे से कि सर सिक्योरिटी इज नॉट अबाउट मिलिट्री सर. Security is all about how you want to use the power of narrative to keep your domestic constituents happy. So they say कि भाई security is all about narrative management. Security is all about how you try to convince your domestic constituents and how you want to keep them happy. Perkins further says कि sir sometimes some countries resort to war. When they resort to war, what happens is कि sir war is done with the larger objective to keep the domestic population happy. Because there are some people in some countries who prefer war all the time. For example, state of Israel. So John Perkins says कि sir Israel will perpetually either be in conflict or manufacture conflict. Because Israeli people have been dominated by this narrative that war is essential for living. John Perkins then goes to a much deeper level, sir. He says कि sir in those states where conscription is mandatory. Conscription समझते हो आप बेटा? Mandatory military service. He says कि sir in those states where conscription is mandatory, these are states which are a clear example that the dominant narrative here is in these states. The dominant narrative in these states is that we will always focus on aggression and violence. But he says that there are some states which also have a dominant narrative that our focus is on well-being and neutrality. For example, Switzerland. He says Switzerland, Scandinavian countries, these are states that will never ever use the concept of war. Their dominant narrative is let's live peacefully. So he says कि sir security differs everywhere. Because every time whenever we see security, we have to see, sir, what is the narrative at that time in the state. If the narrative is that we want to keep fighting because we are a state under a constant threat, then the narrative will be to basically always fight war, do military expenditure, etc. But if the narrative is not of this, then one thing is very clear. Ki sir, in the future, this will create a different narrative as seen in the Scandinavian countries. So he says very clearly, sir, security is all about how you want to tackle your domestic constituents, your people of the state. समझ रहे हो जी आप? तो ये चीज क्लियर हुई या नहीं हुई? अब हमारे यहाँ पर देखो, अब यही चल रहा है सर, पीपल ऑफ द स्टेट को जो है नरेटिव ये चलाया जा रहा है कि नहीं, लड़ाई करनी है, पाकिस्तान एक एनिमी है, चाइना एक एनिमी है, सारे एनिमी है हमारे, तो हमें वेपन बनाने ही बनाने हैं, वेपन लाने ही लाने हैं। तो इसीलिए मैंने आपको कल भी बोला था ना सर, जब हम कई हजार करोड़ के वेपन्स को इंपोर्ट करते हैं बाहर से, तो इंडिया में कोई क्वेश्चन रेज नहीं करता कि सर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट घटाने के लिए आपके पास पैसा नहीं है, लेकिन 25,000 करोड़ के ड्रोन ले आए, क्या करने हैं तुम्हें भाई 25,000 करोड़ के ड्रोन? नहीं, वो जरूरत है हमारे को सिक्योरिटी, वो डोमिनेंट नैरेटिव बन गया ना सोसाइटी में सर, आपके मन में वो डाल दिया कि नैरेटिव यही है सर, खतरा है। आप समझ रहे हो? सी 2020 चाइना नेवर डिड दैट फॉर बिकॉज ऑफ कोविड। वो हमारा कंप्लीट इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर था। 1 लाख ट्रूप्स चाइना के जो है 2020 जनवरी में मंगोलिया के बॉर्डर के पास एक्सरसाइज करके, मिलिट्री एक्सरसाइज करके नीचे आ रहे थे, और मार्च में जब वो नीचे आ रहे थे मंगोलिया से एक्सरसाइज करके, तो उन्होंने यूनान प्रोविंस की ओर जाना था, विच इज इन द ईस्ट। अब वो वहां जाने के बजाय लद्दाख में रुक गए। जब वो लद्दाख में रुक गए और जब उन्होंने वहां पर एक स्टैंड ऑफ आपके साथ क्रिएट कर दिया, तो सबसे पहली बात, आपकी नेशनल टेक्निकल रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एनटीआरओ क्या कर रही थी? एनटीआरओ रॉ के अंडर आती है, और एनटीआरओ का चीफ डायरेक्टली एनएसए को आंसर करता है जाके। ये क्या कर रहे थे? क्या एनटीआरओ के पास इतनी सैटेलाइट इमेजरी नहीं थी कि 1 लाख ट्रूप्स नीचे उतर रहे हैं, 1 लाख ट्रूप्स आ रहे हैं, वो कहाँ जा रहे हैं? तो वो कर क्या रहे थे? विस्की पी रहे थे अजीत डोभाल के साथ सुबह से रात, क्योंकि वो तो सिर्फ विस्की पीता है सुबह से रात, काम तो कुछ करता नहीं। इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट लो कॉम्पिटेंस ऑफिसर्स इन द गवर्नमेंट टुडे। आप किसी रिटायर्ड आईबी वाले से कभी बात करो ना अजीत डोभाल के बारे में, तो वो आपको बताएगा, सर, अ मैन विद वेरी मीडियोकर इंटेलिजेंस, लो कॉम्पिटेंस। उसके बारे में ये एक कॉमन परसेप्शन है। आप सोचो, आप कर क्या रहे थे? उनको कोविड से क्या लेना देना? वो अपनी मिलिट्री एक्सरसाइज करके जब वो नीचे आ रहे हैं, आपकी इंटेलिजेंस इसको समझ ही नहीं पा रही है कि वो आ रहे हैं आपकी तरफ, और फिर आके अब वो स्टैंड ऑफ करके खड़े हो गए, आपके कई हजार करोड़ उन्होंने बर्बाद करा दी। आप हाथ पे हाथ रख के बैठे रहे, आप रीले मनाते रहो बस। तो ये चीजें जो है ना, मतलब ठीक है, अभी ये सब कवर्ड है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, आप खुद इस चीज को ऑब्जर्व करना बेटा, 4 से 5 साल रुक जाओ, इनका समय आने वाला है। क्योंकि जिस दिन ये जाएंगे ना, उस दिन जब इनके कच्चे चिट्ठे खुलेंगे ना, तब देश को पता चलेगा कि इन्होंने क्या बेड़ा गर्क किया, देश नर्क बना रखा है। अभी कल देखो, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन वाले उसमें वोटिंग, बीजेपी के ही आधे सांसदों ने वोट ही नहीं किया। देखा आपने सर? बीजेपी की फुल मेजोरिटी ने वोट नहीं किया उसमें, कई सांसद भागे हुए थे 30 से ऊपर। ये इंडिकेशन है सर आने वाले टाइम का, कि पार्टी में दरार पड़ रही है। वरना सोचो, किसी की हिम्मत थी आज से 2 साल पहले की, अगर मोदी बोलते पार्लियामेंट में आके बीजेपी के लोगों को कि वोट करना है, और वो वोट ना करें सर, एब्सटेन कर दें? बहुत बड़ा खेला होने वाला है बेटा अभी। आप वेट करते रहो अभी, चीजों को देखते हुए, अभी बड़ा दिलचस्प समय है इंडिया में अगले 2-3 साल। ये झोला उठा के जाएंगे, इनको जाना ही पड़ेगा, और झोले में पूरे गुजरात को डाल के जाएंगे ये, क्योंकि उनको नहीं चाहिए, हमें नहीं चाहिए वो लोग, ले जाओ उनको भी। तो ये चीज आप देखना अभी कैसे बहुत मजेदार चीजें अनफोल्ड होने वाली हैं। तो इनके कच्चे चड्डे खुलेंगे, आप देखना एक एक करके। पुलवामा, बालाकोट, उरी, पठानकोट, सब निकलेगा, आप देखना एक एक करके आएगा, मणिपुर। तो चलो एनीवे, अब आते हैं बेटा ये पोस्ट मॉडर्न वाले पे। सो पोस्ट मॉडर्न का आपको आइडिया क्लियर है बेटा? पोस्ट मॉडर्न बेसिकली सेज कि ऑल प्रॉब्लम्स टुडे इन द सोसाइटी आर क्रिएटेड बिकॉज ऑफ मॉडर्निटी। Modernity is driven by globalization. Globalization and modernity have created marginalization of people. And because it has created marginalization of people, one thing is very important, that today conventional wars are happening only because there is a fight for resource. But sir, these people of post-modernity have said one very important thing. You know what? They have said ki sir, modernization, modernity, globalization, all these things have not only created what is called as marginalization, not only marginalization, but all these marginalized people are now used by states as mercenaries. All these marginalized people are used by states as mercenaries. And they are used as mercenaries to wage proxy wars. So security has witnessed a new concept, that from conventional wars to proxy wars. In proxy wars, these people have come to the conclusion now that the best way to tackle the marginalized sections is to use them in a proxy war, use them as mercenaries, continue to do those agendas which at the conventional level you could not do. आप समझ रहे हो इस पॉइंट को? For example, beta, when we see Russia doing activities in Africa today using Wagner Group, it is basically an attempt to allow mercenaries from all over the world to join Wagner Group and play part in proxy wars of Russia. अभी ये जो एक डिबेट चला था इंडिया में कि भाई इंडिया से लोग जो है यूक्रेन की लड़ाई में चले गए, हरियाणा के लोग वगैरह जो चले गए थे वहां पर, वो कौन थे सर? दे आर मर्सिनरीज, मार्जिनलाइज सेक्शंस ऑफ द सोसाइटी. झूठ बोल के ले गए उनको, रसिया रसन मिलेगी, कुछ नहीं मिला वहां पे. यूक्रेन की लड़ाई में डाल दिया, दो चार बेचारे मर भी गए. तो ये चीज को समझो सर. वॉर्स आर नो मोर, सिक्योरिटी इज नो मोर कन्वेंशनल सर. Security has now become at a different level, proxy level. And in this proxy level, marginalized people are used. How are marginalized people born? They are born because of the modernity and the consequences of modernity. So the marginalized section in the society is by birth of modernity. So यहाँ पर thought clear होना चाहिए sir. Modernity is the problem. Modernity has created marginalized section. Because of the marginalized section, conventional wars have reduced. Proxy wars have increased. Marginalized people are used in the proxy wars. States continue to fight. Security remains dominant. But marginalized people are now used for fighting proxy wars. ये आइडिया है पूरा. क्लियर हो गया जी? अगले 3 क्वेश्चन आपके होमवर्क थे बेटा. पेज नंबर 224. पहला क्वेश्चन. Present a critical evaluation of the concept of balance of power. You can write down 2 lines here. The concept of balance of power has never ensured real peace. Has never ensured real peace because the states are not static. They are driven by revisionism, and continue to expand power. The conflict between America and China because of the expansionism of China has left the balance of power theory completely in dilemma. This is because the states continue to expand form minilaterals like Quad and AUKUS, and yet fail in providing balance of power. The concept has also failed because it has failed to discuss issues pertaining to human right violations, and does not incorporate any framework to address the human right issues that have dominated the global politics in the recent times. ठीक है जी. अगला वाला क्वेश्चन आपको होमवर्क दिया था बेटा, पेज 225 पे आते हैं. क्या हुआ? एक सेकंड रुकना यार, पता नहीं क्या इनको मौत पड़ी है. वो बाहर बालकनी में ना बंदर आ गया है, तो बंदर ने गमला गिरा दिया है. वो नीचे से एक बंदा जा रहा था, वो कह रहा है कि मेरे ऊपर गिर जाता. तो मैंने कहा भाई ऊपर देख के चलो, ऐसे थोड़ी होता है कि तुम मतलब मजे से चल रहे हो अपने हिसाब से. जब पता है तुम्हें ऊपर गमले पड़े हैं तो तुम्हारी नजर ऊपर होनी चाहिए. अब बंदर आ गए हैं तो हम क्या करें, हमने थोड़ी कोई घर में बंदर पाला है. बंदर आए हैं तो जाके अब मोदी जी को बोलो क्यों आए हैं ये? हमने वोट दिया, उनको बोलो बंदर हटाए यहाँ से. कह रहा है जी मेरे पे गिर जाता. मैं कहा गिर जाता तो तू मर जाता, और क्या, अब इसमें और क्या कर सकते हैं हम. मैं क्या करूं, गिर जाता तेरे पे तो यार. अजीब चीज है. मत चलो, घर से निकलना ही क्यों है, हम घर में नहीं बैठे, तुम भी घर में बैठो. है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, सब मजाक है जी दिल्ली में तो, बकवास जगह है. चलो जी अगले क्वेश्चन पे आते हैं बेटा, 225 पेज नंबर पे. व्हाट इज डेटरेंस? तो बेटा डेटरेंस बेसिकली हैज टू बी सीन थ्रू टू कॉन्सेप्ट्स. देयर इज वन कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ डेटरेंस, वन कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ कंपेलेंस. तो वो दोनों देखते हैं. पहले होता है डेटरेंस. डेटरेंस मीन्स टू डेटर. डेटर मीन्स टू डिस्करेज. डेटर, डिस्करेज. Discourage deter means to restrain. Restrain means to prevent someone to do an unwanted action. So deterrence comes from the idea that a state must possess a capability to prevent another state to do an action it does not want it to do. So deterrence means कि you have such capability, you have such capacity that you can basically restrain the other state, prevent the other state to do an activity that you do not want to happen. So in this context, deterrence is all about stopping an action from another state. But sir, deterrence is a very big thing. Because देखो सर यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, you are using your military capabilities to prevent another state to take an action. That means कि sir, other state must fear your capability, because other state must live in that constant state of fear that if I display this behavior, then such a behavior that I may display may lead the other state to use its military capability to again mold my behavior. So deterrence is not only a fear-based concept, sir. Deterrence is a concept that ensures highest level of security. Because through deterrence, you can basically try to warn the other state of dire consequences if a state displays some behavior. But sir, मैंने आपको क्या बोला ना बेटा, deterrence has to be seen with another concept called compellence. COMPELLANCE, compellence. Compellence here basically means that a state has the capacity to force an actor to display a specific behavior. That means, sir, you may compel the other state that you have to do this. And if you don't do this, then I might use my military power to make you do this. So compellence is to compel to take action. Deterrence is to ensure that it does not take the action. फर्क समझ आया जी दोनों में? Compellence is where you are forcing them to take action because of your military might. Deterrence is you basically tell them not to take action because of your military might. So, sir, in either of the scenario, the objective is beta very clear. It's all about convincing another state to display a specific behavior, positive, negative, based on your military might. Based on your military might. So today, अगर हम बोले बेटा, तो India has deterrence over Pakistan, but not compellence over Pakistan. अगर मैं ये पॉइंट बोलूं, समझ आ रहा है आपको? India has deterrence because India can tell Pakistan कि if you do any mischievous activity against us, using the gray area of our nuclear doctrine, अगर हमें इंटेलिजेंस मिल गई कि तुम्हारे मन में ख्याल आया है कि तुम न्यूक्लियर वेपन लॉन्च करोगे, भाई साहब हमारे यहाँ मन की बात करने वाला लौंडा है, बहुत पकड़ के मारेगा तुम्हें. इस चीज को समझो. लेकिन हम अगर कहें कंपेलेंस, कैन इंडिया यूज इट्स न्यूक्लियर मिलिट्री might to compel Pakistan to dismantle Lashkar e Taiba? No, we cannot do that. आप समझ रहे हो फर्क को सर? So India has the capability of deterrence, lacks the capability of compellence. अब क्वेश्चन ये उठता है कि सर हाउ डू यू बिल्ड कैपेबिलिटी ऑफ कंपेलेंस? सर कैपेबिलिटी ऑफ कंपेलेंस इज बिल्ट विद symmetric powers, not when the other state uses asymmetric tools. Because when the other state uses asymmetric tools, sir, it can always deny the existence of the same. और यही करता है पाकिस्तान. पाकिस्तान को बोलो लश्कर ए तैयबा पे तू एक्शन ले, वो कहेगा लश्कर ए तैयबा है ही. हम कहेंगे कि हाफिज सईद को अरेस्ट कर, ऐसा कोई है ही नहीं. तो एसिमेट्री में नहीं काम करेगा सर, सिमेट्रिकल लेवल पे काम करेगा. फर्क समझ रहे हो आप? तो डेटरेंस ऑलवेज हैज टू बी स्टडीड विद कंपेलेंस. ये दोनों कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर हो गए जी. अब अगला क्वेश्चन देखो सर, व्हाट इज डिनायल वर्सेस पनिशमेंट थीसिस इन डेटरेंस सर? एक्सप्लेन यूजिंग स्कॉलरशिप सर. स्कॉलर हियर इज थॉमस शेलिंग. थॉमस शेलिंग, very influential person sir in the international relations. Thomas Schelling says कि sir, denial means that you deter by making success unlikely. Denial sir, you do deterrence by making the success of an activity of the other unlikely. सो डिनायल का मतलब यहाँ पे हुआ कि सर यू कैन ऑलवेज डेटर द अदर पार्टी बाय टेलिंग कि बॉस इफ यू डू दिस दे आर गोइंग टू बी डायर कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस. For example, sir, you deny Pakistan the opportunity to use their nuclear weapon by saying that if you happen to use your nuclear weapon, then there will be massive and unacceptable retaliation. Denial है ये. पाकिस्तान को आप ये बात बोल दो कि पाकिस्तान we have no first use, but if you happen to use your nuclear weapon first, if you even drop one nuclear warhead on India, there will be massive and unacceptable retaliation by India. Your consequences for your behavior will be catastrophic for you. So therefore, using our massive and unacceptable retaliation principle, we are able to deny Pakistan the opportunity to use their nuclear warhead against us. Denial. ये चीज समझ आई डिनाइल की. और पनिशमेंट क्या होती है सर? पनिशमेंट मीन्स कि सर यू इम्पोज पेनल्टीज अपॉन अ स्टेट डिस्प्लेइंग द बिहेवियर. हाउ डू यू इम्पोज अ पेनल्टी? बाय पनिशमेंट. फॉर एग्जांपल सर्जिकल ऑपरेशन सर. If Pakistan resorts to use of a non-state actor to do terrorism against India, sir, punish Pakistan for that misadventurism. Carry out a surgical strike operation in their territory by deliberately targeting that specific place, that specific jihadi group that resorted to this. समझ आया आपको? पनिशमेंट सर. पनिशमेंट का मतलब ये होता है कि सर इम्पोज पेनल्टी. इम्पोज पेनल्टी. अच्छा एक चीज ये याद रखना सर. पनिशमेंट डज नॉट इम्प्लाई a permanent change in the behavior of the state. Punishment is done with an intention to inflict, harm to you. Punishment is done with the objective of inflicting harm to you for displaying a specific behavior. But whether that punishment will lead to a long-term behavioral change or not is something which is highly debatable in international relations. अब आपने देखा होगा कि जैसे हमारी सोसाइटी में आज की डेट में अनफॉर्चुनेटली कई ऐसे मर्द होते हैं जो शादी करने के बाद भी बाहर जाके मुंह मारते हैं, मुंह काला करते हैं. फिर वो कभी पकड़े भी जाते हैं तो उनको पकड़े जाने के बाद वो कितना प्रायश्चित करते हैं, माफ कर दो माफ कर दो. और फिर मजबूरन वो लड़की के ऊपर एक दबाव डाला जाता है हर घर की तरफ से कि चलो एक बार गलती हो गई माफ कर दो. पर सर वो लड़की पे दबाव डाल के आप उस व्यक्ति को माफ तो कर देते हो, पर क्या वो व्यक्ति जो लड़का है वो अपने व्यवहार को बदलता है? कभी नहीं बदलता सर. वंस अ चीटर ऑलवेज अ चीटर सर. इसीलिए सर ये चीटर्स के साथ ना, इनके साथ दो ही तरीके हैं टैकल करने के लिए. या तो इनका औजार काट दो और या इनको कैस्ट्रेट कर दो. देयर इज नो अदर वे सर. दैट इज द ओनली वे टू प्रिवेंट चीटिंग. केमिकल कैस्ट्रेशन कर दो सर. चीटिंग खत्म. क्योंकि these people will never change their behavior sir. They will seek forgiveness, they will ask for punishment also, but they will never change their behavior. तो सर बिहेवियरल चेंज ना पनिशमेंट से नहीं होता सर. ये एक इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस में भी. आप किसी स्टेट को पनिश करोगे, अब जैसे कि यूएस हैज बीन पनिशिंग ईरान फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम by doing sanctions, but does that deter Iran? It does not, sir. Iran remains committed to supporting Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, everybody. So more you punish, there is a high probability that a state will display more such recalcitrant behavior. So punishment as a tool has not been found very effective, sir, in international relations. समझ रहे हो आप इस पॉइंट को बेटा? पनिशमेंट एज अ टूल. ये चीज क्लियर हुई? डिनायल वर्सेस पनिशमेंट. तो ये आपको याद रखना. अब आते हैं जी अगले पे सर. व्हाट इज डायरेक्ट डिटरेंस वर्सेस एक्सटेंडेड डिटरेंस? एक्सप्लेन विद स्कॉलरशिप एंड एग्जांपल सर. स्कॉलर हियर इज बेटा माइकल लुइस. LEWIS लुइस. सर मैं आज तक ये नहीं समझा. आप सोचो कि कितनी आयरॉनिकल बात है कि हमारी आज की डेट की सोसाइटी में भी जो मर्द ऐसी हरकतें करते हैं बाहर मुंह मारने वाली, उसके बावजूद सर उसका खमियाजा एक औरत को भुगतना पड़ता है सोसाइटी में. सर व्हाई शुड दैट गर्ल कंटिन्यू टू लिव इन दैट रिलेशनशिप विद दैट पर्सन? और यहाँ पर हो जाती है फैमिली. फैमिली वाले ही आपको कन्विंस करेंगे. और सबसे बड़ी बात पता है क्या है सर, मैंने एक चीज ये भी ऑब्जर्व करी है, आप देखना कभी आपके आसपास भी कभी ऐसी चीज हो तो लड़की के माँ बाप सबसे पहले उसको बोलेंगे नहीं नहीं रहो. और लड़की के माँ बाप से पूछना चाहिए, लड़की की माँ को पूछना चाहिए कि कल को अगर तुम्हारा पति यानी कि हमारा बाप अगर ये हरकत करे तो तुम रहोगी उसके साथ? सर आर सोसाइटी अनफॉर्चुनेटली इज टोटली स्क्रूड अप सर, डज नॉट हैव एनी मोरालिटी टुडे. माँ बाप अपनी बिटिया की जिंदगी तबाह करने के लिए जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ सोसाइटी एक ऐसे वन मानस के साथ उसको छोड़ देते हैं. सोचो कितनी अजीब बात है ये. और क्या करेंगे सर? तो सर माइकल लुइस क्या कहता है? सर माइकल लुइस कहता है भाई डायरेक्ट डिटरेंस मींस एन एफर्ट टू प्रिवेंट एन अटैक ऑन ओन टेरिटरी. डायरेक्ट डिटरेंस है कि सर आई विल टेक स्टेप्स टू प्रिवेंट एन अटैक ऑन माई टेरिटरी. आई विल इंश्योर कि सर माई सिक्योरिटी इज बीफ्ड अप that you do not have the potential to attack my territory. भाई फॉर एग्जांपल इंडिया वर्किंग अपॉन कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इंटीग्रेटेड बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, CIBMS, comprehensive integrated border management system with Pakistan on the Indo-Pak boundary. Comprehensive integrated border management system is basically a tool of direct deterrence by India, where India is able to ensure one thing ki sir, it ensures that Pakistan does not resort to any kind of aggression over our territory. Therefore, we deter or prevent attacks on our territory. But then what is extended deterrence? Extended deterrence means you try to basically discourage an attack by engaging with a third party. Extended deterrence. You engage with a third party and prevent an attack on your territory. For example, India working with Bhutan to ensure that Doklam Plateau is not used by China to target India. समझ आया? India working with Bhutan to ensure that they do not use the Doklam Plateau territory to target India. या फॉर दैट मैटर अभी जो रिसेंट हुआ, इंडिया वर्किंग विद द कचिन रिबेल्स, इंडिया वर्किंग विद द अराकन आर्मी टू इंश्योर दैट बांग्लादेश डज नॉट अलाउ म्यांमार टेरिटरी टू टारगेट इंडिया. म्यांमार में 2 प्रोविंसेस हैं बेटा. आज ना शाम को क्लास के बाद मैं एक वीडियो बनाऊंगा अराकन आर्मी वाला इशू के ऊपर, और वो जो दूसरा चैनल है ना फालतू वाला मेरा, उस पे वो वीडियो डालूंगा. तो हो सके तो उस वीडियो को देख लेना, ठीक है जी? क्योंकि म्यांमार के अंदर हैं 2 प्रोविंसेस, एक है कचिन प्रोविंस, KACHIN, जो कि ट्राई जंक्शन पे है इंडिया म्यांमार चाइना के, और एक है अराकन प्रोविंस जो इंडिया और बांग्लादेश और म्यांमार के बॉर्डर पे है. बांग्लादेश म्यांमार का डायरेक्ट बॉर्डर है, वो लैंड बॉर्डर है 240 किलोमीटर का. तो इंडिया इंगेजिंग विद दीज थर्ड टेरिटरीज. समझ में आई ये चीज आपको? टू इंश्योर दैट इन द फ्यूचर दे डोंट बेसिकली टारगेट अस. क्लियर हुआ जी ये? चलो अब आते हैं सर, व्हाट इज जनरल वर्सेस इमीडिएट थीसिस ऑफ डेटरेंस सर. इलस्ट्रेट विद स्कॉलरशिप एंड एग्जांपल. स्कॉलर हियर इज अलेक्जेंडर जॉर्ज. अलेक्जेंडर जॉर्ज क्या कहता है सर? वो कहता है कि सर जनरल डेटरेंस मींस अ परसिस्टेंट एफर्ट टू प्रिवेंट अनवांटेड एक्शन. Persistent effort means a long term effort to prevent an unwanted action, but in a non crisis situation. So, sir, general deterrence is used when there is no crisis. And even when there is no crisis happening, you basically carry out persistent efforts to prevent another party to do any behavior on you. For example, sir, India uses general deterrence with respect to Pakistan. Abhi, there is no crisis happening between India and Pakistan, but that does not mean that India should not do deterrence for Pakistan. Sir, India still is remaining active inside Pakistan, gathering intelligence from Pakistan to ensure that in the long run, Pakistan does not use any of their non-state actors to threaten us. So it's a continuous practice when there is no crisis. Then comes the immediate deterrence. Sir, immediate deterrence is, sir, ki taking action to prevent a specific crisis that may happen because of a spark. Immediate deterrence. Taking some steps to ensure that when there is a crisis, it does not escalate further. For example, sir, when India carries out a surgical strike on Pakistan, after carrying out the surgical strike, sir, India immediately activates all columns of its armed forces along the Indo-Pak border to ensure that after the surgical strike, the Pakistani military does not escalate the conflict further. So our military is activated all across the boundary to remain active as part of immediate deterrence that, this crisis should not lead to escalation. तो ये क्लियर हुआ है दोनों बच्चे, जनरल वर्सेस इमीडिएट दोनों इजी हैं. अब आते हैं अगले पे सर, नैरो वर्सेस ब्रॉड. स्कॉलर हियर इज रिचर्ड स्मोक. रिचर्ड स्मोक क्या कहता है सर? नैरो डिटरेंस मीन सर यूज ऑफ मिलिट्री टूल्स टू इंश्योर डिटरेंस. use of military tools. So India has always used military tools to ensure deterrence against China by building up of border infrastructure, development of intercontinental ballistic missiles, development of missiles that can target the Chinese economic centers. So these are basically military tools. ICBMs हो गए, missiles that directly tackle or target the Chinese economic centers. ये हो गया नैरो, क्योंकि यहाँ पर सिर्फ मिलिट्री टूल का प्रयोग है. पर जब इसका ऑपोजिट होता है ब्रॉड. ब्रॉड में बहुत सारी स्ट्रेटेजीज आती हैं टू इंश्योर डिटरेंस. फॉर एग्जांपल, वन इज इन्फ्लुएंस ऑपरेशंस. इन्फ्लुएंस ऑपरेशंस आर कॉल्ड नॉन काइनेटिक ऑपरेशंस. नॉन काइनेटिक मतलब ये होता है कि सर यहाँ पे यू यूज द स्ट्रेटेजी ऑफ प्रोपोगेंडा. यू यूज द स्ट्रेटेजी ऑफ प्रोपोगेंडा टू ऑल्टर द बिहेवियर ऑफ स्टेट्स, ऑल्टर द सोशल फैब्रिक ऑफ द पीपल. Similarly, sir, under the broad, there is another example of, let's say, economic sanctions. You sanction a country with the larger objective to ensure deterrence against certain specific activities they do. And third is, sir, propaganda. Propaganda is done directly to discredit a state. Influence operation में sir, the focus is on subverting the population. Influence operation और propaganda में फर्क है बच्चे. Influence operation is primarily to subvert the population. तो वो long term होता है. And propaganda is generally short term. Because propaganda is all about discrediting the state. For example, India-Canada recently, where Canada has been discrediting India by saying कि भाई तुमने आके हमारे यहाँ पे निज्जर को मारा. हाँ मारा, क्या उखाड़ लेगा? दोबारा आएंगे, एक एक खालिस्तानी को मारेंगे, जो करना कर ले. क्या कर लेगा तू? वो जगमीत सिंह जिम्मी को भी मार देंगे. और बोल, वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनने की सोच रहा है ना, प्राइम मिनिस्टर मार देंगे तुम्हारा. कर चुके हैं हरकतें हम पहले भी, अपने यहाँ पर भी, वहां पे भी करेंगे. तो इशू ये है ना सर कि ये जो टाइप का प्रोपोगेंडा है, ये किसी को फायदा नहीं देगा. तो ये चीज आपको समझनी. ये क्लियर हो गया जी? अब अगला है बेटा, व्हाट इज द लोकल बैलेंस ऑफ फोर्स थीसिस एक्सप्लेन विद स्कॉलरशिप. स्कॉलर इज सर रिचर्ड लीबो, LEBOW, रिचर्ड लीबो. Richard Lebo says कि sir local balance of force thesis means that you basically identify domestic fault lines of a state, and after identifying domestic fault lines of a state, play with those domestic fault lines. Play with those domestic fault lines. How do you do that? By internally weakening a state. So sir, for example, Pakistan using domestic fault lines of Hindu-Muslim discord in India. Pakistan using a fault line called minority suppression by India. Minority suppression. और ये फॉल्ट लाइन ना सर हर जगह पे मैनिफेस्ट भी करती है. आपने देखा होगा जैसे अभी ये कांग्रेस वाले इतना चिल्ला रहे थे, मोदी रिजर्वेशन के खिलाफ है, वो रिजर्वेशन छीन लेगा, SC ST को उनका हक नहीं मिल रहा. सर SC ST को उनका हक नहीं मिल रहा तो आप जो है, आपकी ये जो कॉन्स्टिट्युएंसी थी बरेली की, रायबरेली एंड ऑल, तो यहाँ से आपने पंडित को क्यों लड़ाया सर? आप एक SC खड़ा कर देते. अगर आपको इतना ही SC STs के लिए वो था तो आप एक कैंडिडेट खड़ा कर देते. वो तो नहीं हुआ. नहीं, इंडिया में माइनॉरिटीज पे सप्रेशन हो रहा है. सर कांग्रेस पार्टी एटलीस्ट शुड नॉट टॉक अबाउट सप्रेशन ऑन माइनॉरिटीज व्हेन दे हैव कैरिड आउट जेनोसाइड ऑन द सिख माइनॉरिटीज इन इंडिया. आपका माइनॉरिटी कौन सा माइनॉरिटी है सबको पता है सर. और अगर आपको उस माइनॉरिटी ग्रुप के लिए इतना ही लगाव है तो कन्वर्ट कर लो अपने रिलीजन को उस माइनॉरिटी में, लड़ लो उनके हितों की लड़ाई फिर. सर ये जो फॉल्ट लाइंस है ना सर, इनको समझना है कि सर दे आर बेसिकली मैन्युफैक्चर्ड फ्रॉम आउटसाइड and they are being utilized for the purpose of local balance thesis. Local balance means कि sir internally weaken a state. So it is again a persistent long term activity. Persistent and long term. समझ रहे हो आप इस चीज को? अब आते हैं जी अगले पे सर, व्हाट इज द डोमिनेंट वेरिएबल थीसिस. सर डोमिनेंट वेरिएबल थीसिस इज गिवन बाय जॉर्ज पर्कोविच. कल भी पढ़ा था इनके बारे में, जॉर्ज पर्कोविच. So George Perkovich says कि sir dominant variable thesis means कि you identify certain global threats and countries which are promoters of that global threats and eliminate those countries by doing regime changes. ये बड़ी अजीब सी चीज है. Identify countries which are global threats. Tackle these countries which are global threats through regime changes. And bring about favorable regimes in those states so that these regimes do not act as global threats. So he argues that what USA has done in Afghanistan, Iraq, are examples of dominant variable thesis, that we have dominantly identified that these are states that need to have a variable regime, a regime that is friendly, so that this friendly regime does not tantamount to that country becoming a global threat. इसीलिए आप देखो ना बेटा कि जब यूएस ने इन्वेड किया था इराक को तो यूएस ने क्या बोला था, इराक हैज वेपन्स ऑफ मास डिस्ट्रक्शन. कभी मिले? नहीं मिले. पर वो वेपन ऑफ मास डिस्ट्रक्शन क्यों बोला? डोमिनेंट वेरिएबल थीसिस कि पोर्ट्रे करो उस कंट्री को कि ये ग्लोबल थ्रेट है और ग्लोबल थ्रेट होने के नाते हमें अटैक करना जरूरी है. तो इसमें एक नरेटिव बिल्डिंग होती है और नरेटिव बिल्डिंग के साथ साथ सर आप एक रेजिम चेंज करते हो. पर इस पूरे डोमिनेंट वेरिएबल थीसिस का ना बहुत बड़ा क्रिटिसिज्म ये है सर कि हाउ डू यू जस्टिफाई इन फ्रंट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड दैट इट इज अ ग्लोबल थ्रेट. पहली बात. एंड इवन इफ इट इज अ ग्लोबल थ्रेट, व्हाई शुड वन कंट्री bring about a systemic change in the behavior? Sir, if your country is a global threat, देन वन थिंग इज वेरी क्लियर ना बेटा, लेट द यूएन प्ले अ रोल. यूएन हैज बीन क्रिएटेड फॉर ग्लोबल पीस एंड सिक्योरिटी. सर अगर इराक के पास वेपन ऑफ मास डिस्ट्रक्शन थे तो सर इंटरनेशनल अटॉमिक एनर्जी एजेंसी को आने देते, उसके इंस्पेक्टर आते, इंस्पेक्ट करते इराक को. अगर मिलते WND तो उनको डिसमेंटल कर दे. तो यहाँ पर सबसे बड़ा क्रिटिसिज्म ये है सर कि ये बोला जाता है कि डोमिनेंट वेरिएबल थीसिस ऑफ डेटरेंस इज यूज्ड टू परपेचुएट हेगेमनी. ये पॉइंट आप समझ रहे होगे अब. इट इज यूज्ड टू परपेचुएट हेगेमनी, क्योंकि अमेरिका यही करता है सर, हेगेमनी को प्रमोट करने के लिए ये काम करता है वो. समझ में आई ये चीज आपको? अच्छा, अब आते हैं जी इस पे. एक्सप्लेन द 3 पॉइंट फंडामेंटल डेटरेंस थीसिस. 3 पॉइंट फंडामेंटल डेटरेंस थीसिस हैज बीन गिवन बाय अ स्कॉलर हुज नेम इज पैट्रिक मॉर्गन. PATRIC, पैट्रिक मॉर्गन, MORGN. तो बेटा व्हाट डज पैट्रिक मॉर्गन से? पैट्रिक मॉर्गन सेज कि सर there are 3 point fundamental deterrences that can be used. One is sir level of aggressor motivation. So you decide deterrence on the principle of what is the level of aggression of the other party. If the other party is highly aggressive, your deterrence has to be adequately designed. For example, sir, Iran. If USA has to tackle Iran, USA has to understand, sir, that the level of aggressor motivation is very high. Iran has a very high level of aggressor motivation. Second thing is, sir, ki what is the action that the defender will take? So your deterrence has to be based on this principle, sir. Ki if you try to do an activity to deter that other country to do something, you must also be prepared that the other country will also take some actions to nullify your deterrence. So what steps could they take, sir? You have to visualize and plan them in advance. फॉर एग्जाम्पल सर कि जैसे इसराइल जो है, Israel has been always prepared for a conventional war because history says that Israel has always witnessed an attack by Arab states. So Israel had a good conventional army. But sir, what happened last year in 7th October, sir? They were attacked by a non-state actor called Hamas. Now the problem is what, beta? Israel has never developed a capability to tackle a non-state actor because they always felt that the threats will come from nation states. So their failure to understand that how a non-state actor has to be tackled has prolonged the war because they do not understand the action that the defender is taking today. And how is Israel trying to tackle Hamas? Through a conventional fight. तो इसराइल क्या कर रहा है सर, अपनी आर्मी को जो उसने ट्रेन किया था लड़ाई लड़ने के लिए, वॉर लड़ने के लिए, उसके लिए अब वॉर जो है वो हमास के खिलाफ भी लड़ी जा रही है, जबकि हमास एक नॉन स्टेट एक्टर है, स्टेट एक्टर नहीं है. आप अपनी आर्मी जिसको ट्रेन किया आपने एक स्टेट एक्टर से लड़ने के लिए, अब उसको एक नॉन स्टेट एक्टर पे लड़ाई लड़ने के लिए लगा रहे हो, तो सर कैजुअलिटी हाई होगी होगी जो इसराइल में हो रहा है. Because you do not understand what actions will the defender take. This is the biggest weakness of Israel today in the deterrence theory. So Israeli deterrence has failed for that matter. अब देखो थर्ड पॉइंट सर, कंप्यूटेशनल पॉलिसी आउटकम्स. कंप्यूटेशनल पॉलिसी आउटकम का क्या मतलब हुआ भाई? कंप्यूटेशनल पॉलिसी आउटकम का मतलब ये हुआ बच्चे कि आपको कई बार बैठ के डेटरेंस किस एस्पेक्ट से मटेरियलाइज करेगा, कितना करेगा, इन सारी चीजों को समझने के लिए कंप्यूटर सिमुलेशंस करने की आवश्यकता है. कंप्यूटर सिमुलेशंस समझ में आई जी? कंप्यूटर सिमुलेशन करने की आवश्यकता है ताकि आप कंप्यूटर से सिम्युलेट करके पॉलिसी आउटकम्स को डिजाइन कर पाओ, so that you are able to predict what can be the possible consequences of ensuring deterrence. तो बेटा ये पैट्रिक मॉर्गन का काम बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है और रीसेंट क्राइसिस को एक्सप्लेन करने में ये मदद भी देता है हमारे को, खास करके पॉइंट नंबर 2 जो मैंने आपको बताया. ठीक है बेटा, क्लियर हो गया जी सबको? आगे बढ़े। अब आते हैं जी, एक्सप्लेन द रेलेवेंस ऑफ रीजनलिज्म इन वर्ल्ड पॉलिटिक्स। तो बेटा रीजनलिज्म एक टॉपिक है जो हम ऑलरेडी पढ़ चुके हैं, तो यहाँ पर ज़्यादा दिमाग अब नहीं लगेगा, अनलेस कि जब हम रीजनल ग्रुपिंग्स पे आए तो वहाँ थोड़ा आपको पढ़ना पड़ेगा। तो यहाँ पर पहले तो आप पहले क्वेश्चन में लिख लो। हाँ बिल्कुल है, कैजुअलिटी एंड 1984, यस। तो यहाँ पर लिख लो जी, पहले क्वेश्चन में बेटा 2 लाइनें लिख लो। अकॉर्डिंग टू बुजान एंड डेंट, बुजान BUZAN, डेंट DENT, according to Buzan and Dent, regionalism means a region with global significance in international politics. The relevance can be understood from the fact that a region might have a construct based on material resources. For instance, ASEAN comes under this category. Constructing regionalism based on security is viewed through the principle of European Union and NATO. To analyze the relevance of regionalism, the principles used include material cooperation, human benefit, and regional security. These three have been the dominant factors that explain the regionalism. ठीक है जी। अब आते हैं जी बेटा अगले क्वेश्चन पे। यूज द स्कॉलरशिप, ट्रेस द थियोरेटिकल ओरिजिन ऑफ रीजनलिज्म ऑफ EU एंड ASEAN. So sir, here the scholarship is of Amitav Acharya. Amitav V. TAV. Amitav Acharya. He says that when we look at EU basically क्या है sir? It is a grouping where countries have come together on what is called as a common national interest. That common national interest is a shared identity of each European country. That they all have a shared identity. And more important is, sir, that common national interest is that there will be a collective will to collectively engage with the world. So EU has that collective will, where the collective will is that we will collectively come together to engage with the world to enhance our national interest. And sir, the creation of EU can be explained, as Amitav Acharya says, that fragmented EU states lack power. Collective states have more power. So the driving force behind European Union is that fragmentism in international politics is not right. Fragmentation of international politics. Fragmentation of states in international politics. So how do you work upon it, sir? The best way to work upon it is collectively come together, fuse your national interests, then bargain. So EU is more an identity-centric project. EU is more a collective identity project based on shared values. ये चीज आपको समझ आई? See how is it different from ASEAN now? Amitav Acharya says कि sir, ASEAN is a non-war community. A very important point, non-war community. He says that if EU was born out of fragmentation fear, कि fragmented we fall, together we rise, then ASEAN is born out of a non-war community, which means कि ASEAN very clearly said, for us, coming together because of fragmentation is not the reason. We are not coming together because we are fragmented. We are not coming together because individually we don't want to fight a war, we will not be able to fight a war. He says ASEAN has come together on the principle and premise of economic integration. And when we say economic integration, it is that we will make for the world, produce for the world. This is where Amitav Acharya says that when we look at EU, we say EU is a collective identity where all EU states produce, where all EU states also do economic integration. But sir, the reason why EU was created is different from the reason why ASEAN is created. EU was created for the fear of fragmented polity and lack of individual will. Whereas, beta, when it comes to ASEAN, ASEAN was created for a different reason. ASEAN was created to promote economic integration, make for the world. And he further says that ASEAN does not have any kind of political issues because despite political divergences, economic cooperation is the key. This is the case with ASEAN, not with EU. In EU, political congruence is important. Political congruence means that having a democratic political system is important. EU places a lot of emphasis upon democracy, sir. ASEAN says that, sir, politically you can be different. And even if you are politically different, we can still cooperate with each other because our focus is economic integration. So we are not here for war. We are not here for politics. We are here for economics. फर्क समझ आ रहा है EU ASEAN में सर? अगला पॉइंट देखो कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है सर. ASEAN countries, Amitav Acharya says, have developed the ASEAN way of solving problems. The ASEAN way of solving problems is कि sir, let's discuss regional problems regionally. Let's not take them internationally. Let's not isolate countries for regional problems. ASEAN says कि boss, if we have a regional issue, if we have problem between two ASEAN states, they can talk to each other and solve. This is not the case, Amitav Acharya says, with EU, because he says कि sir, in EU there is a different thing. In EU the problem is कि sir, if there is a problem between EU states, there is always a threat of European Union as an entity to eject that state from you. Eject means remove that state from you. So that means कि sir, there is always a sword on the states of EU, sir. If any EU member today goes on to support Russia, EU will remove that state from the European Union, sir. It will not say कि okay, if you want to support Russia, it's your issue. You sit down with them and talk to them, whatever your issue is. So here, Amitav Acharya says, in essence, ASEAN is more democratic than EU, which champions democracy. कितनी बड़ी चीज है. ASEAN, which does not use the word democracy, is more democratic, and EU, which champions democracy, is not democratic because EU restricts your space, limits your space. So this has to be understood very carefully, sir. Because the general narrative is different, sir. General narrative is EU is a champion of democracy. It is not. Democracy means कि, sir, you give the state the liberty to decide its own destiny. If somebody wants to support Russia, let them do it, sir. What is your problem? ASEAN में ये नहीं होता. तो ये है essence of what is called the ASEAN way. समझ आया जी? अब देखो बेटा अगला क्वेश्चन सर. Has the international relation theory accommodated you in academic literature? Examine the views with scholars. So scholar here is the same, sir. His name is Amitav Acharya. Amitav Acharya says that in the international relations theory, EU has been accommodated in the literature through the foreign policy analysis approach. Foreign policy analysis approach says that today European Union is bound to each other at three different levels. Political level, where they have a engagement at the level of democracy. So they welcome only those states that are democratic. They do not welcome a state which is not a democracy. So in this sense, there is a policy structure that binds them together. Second is कि sir, there is a economic space. Second layer is the economic layer, sir, where all countries which are part of EU are generally open economies. Any country which violates the principle of open economy or deviates is not a part of EU. And third is, sir, personal hotline. Personal hotline means all EU head of the states have a direct hotline connection with each other. Direct hotline connection with each other means कि sir, EU states can directly talk to each other on call or meet in person to resolve any issue amongst each other. So as a result of which, what has happened is कि sir, a Eurocentric approach has developed. That Eurocentric approach is called foreign policy analysis. This foreign policy analysis explains European Union's politics at three different stages that I have told you. Three different layers that I have told you. ये clear हो गया जी? अब आते हैं इस पे सर. How has federalism thesis explained the rise of EU as a politically influential bloc? Explain using scholarship, sir. So scholar here is sir Newman. 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 So Newman says कि sir federalism is one of the important theses explaining the formation of EU because it has a normative focus. Federalism is an important thesis because it has a normative focus. Normative focus का मतलब ये है कि sir he has tried to explain that why should sovereign states form a federation like EU. And he says that sovereign states form a federation like EU because these states believe that there is international anarchy. And because there is international anarchy and because there is no central authority to tackle that anarchy, and because fragmented states will have difficulty in managing international anarchy, and all these federal states, sovereign states, which were earlier fragmented, have had rivalries with each other. So in order to prevent that rivalry, in order to tackle that international anarchy, in order to ensure that these states do not have to fend for themselves, thereby creating rivalry, they come together to form a federation like EU. ये चीज आपको समझ आ रही है? ये एक्सप्लेन करने की कोशिश कर रहा है कि भाई कोई भी सोवरेन स्टेट जो है इस प्रकार का EU जैसा संगठन क्यों बनाएगा. तो वो ईयू की हिस्ट्री को ट्रेस करता है न्यूमैन। वो कहता है हिस्टोरिकली जितने भी ये यूरोप के स्टेट्स थे ये पहले फ्रेगमेंटेड थे, आपस में लड़ा करते थे, इनमें राइवलरी थी। और फिर क्योंकि ये सारे के सारे इंटरनेशनल एनार्की में रहते हैं तो इनको पता है कि राइवलरी आगे भी रहेगी। तो उस राइवलरी को टैकल करने के लिए इन लोगों ने एकजुट होना शुरू किया। और जब ये लोग एकजुट हुए तो उसका कॉन्सिक्वेंस ये निकला कि इनके एकजुट होने से इन सारे स्टेट्स के अंदर एक चीज तो तय हो गई कि इनकी इंटरनल राइवलरी कम हो गई, फ्रेगमेंटेशन कम हो गया, और एक कलेक्टिव आइडेंटिटी बन गई। तो पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हैपनिंग मिनिमाइजेस। तो न्यूमैन कहता है कि इसी रीजन से अगर हम देखें तो ईयू में यूरोपियन यूनियन स्टेट्स के बीच में कोई लड़ाई नहीं हुई जब से यूरोपियन यूनियन बना है। वो अलग बात है कि यूरोप के आसपास लड़ाइयाँ हुई हैं, पर यूरोपियन यूनियन के कोई दो देशों के बीच में लड़ाई नहीं हुई। समझ में आई जी ये चीज आपको सबको? अगला देखो सर, हाउ एज फंक्शनलिस्ट थीसिस एक्सप्लेन्ड ईयू एज एन इकोनॉमिकली इन्फ्लुएंशियल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सर। तो फंक्शनलिज्म कल पढ़ा था बच्चे, डेविड मिट्रानी। अब देखो यहाँ पर जो स्कॉलर्स हैं उनका नाम है हिल एंड स्मिथ। हिल, HILL, हिल एंड स्मिथ। अच्छा, अभी हिल एंड स्मिथ क्या कहते हैं जी? हिल एंड स्मिथ ये कहते हैं सर कि टुडे व्हेन वी लुक एट ईयू, देयर फोकस इज ऑल अबाउट लो पॉलिटिक्स। लो पॉलिटिक्स का मतलब ये होता है कि सर फोकस इज ऑन दी बेनिफिट ऑफ local people. Focus is always on the economic growth and welfare of the local people. So this is basically called focus on low politics, smaller issues, lower level issues, which are issues of the individual states. So they say कि in order to ensure success in low politics, states try to go for functional cooperation. One area is called high politics. High politics is all about foreign policy. Hill and Smith say कि sir, foreign policy is a different ball together. He says why will European Union states form European Union is because of low politics. Low politics means issues pertaining to the welfare of the masses and the common people. To work for the welfare of the common people and the masses, European Union has been formed. States have come together, and these states have come together to ensure that they establish functional cooperation with each other, and through this functional cooperation they ensure welfare of people within the territory of European Union per se. So today, if European Union has allowed movement of people within the EU territory, free movement of people within the EU territory, it is a functional centric cooperation. If today European Union has allowed free movement of technology from one state of EU to another state of EU, then this is also a functional level of cooperation. आप समझ रहे हो इस चीज को? सो आइडिया हियर इज कि सर, all this cooperation happening amongst EU players, all this cooperation happening amongst the EU players is basically driven by the larger motive of working for welfare of the people. समझ में आया ये पॉइंट? इशू ऑफ लो पॉलिटिक्स क्लियर हो गया जी? Sir, how have the scholars of neo-functionalism built EU as an economically powerful, demographically diverse entity, sir? Scholar here is Sir Andriata and Lewis. Andriata, Andreata, Andriata, and Lewis, Lewis. Sir, they say, as per the neo-functionalism, कि sir, when EU states came together to cooperate in technical dimensions, that coming together to cooperate in technical dimensions has had a spillover to other areas. आपको कल मैंने बच्चे बताया था ना, नियो फंक्शनलिज्म वाले क्या थे, स्पिल ओवर वाले। तो यहाँ पर भी ये लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं कि सर व्हेन ईयू केम टुगेदर टू कोऑपरेट on certain specific dimensions, it created a spillover. Spillover happened to other technical areas. Those areas included number one, foreign policy, number two, common currency, and number three, a common political vision in global international organizations. कॉमन करेंसी इस्टेब्लिश हुई सर सबसे पहले, फिर एक कॉमन पॉलिसी इस्टेब्लिश हुई इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस पे, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है सर। कॉमन विजन एट द इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेवल, बिकॉज टुडे सर व्हेन ईयू स्टैंड्स इन द यूएन दे स्पीक इन वन वॉइस। तो हुआ क्या है सर, आपने ईयू में कॉमन करेंसी बना ली, कॉमन फॉरेन पॉलिसी बना ली, कॉमन वर्ल्ड व्यू बना लिया। ये कैसे पॉसिबल हुआ, क्योंकि आपने फंक्शनलिज्म में टेक्निकल कोऑपरेशन इस्टेब्लिश करी थी एक डायमेंशन में फेडरल लेवल पे, जो अभी फेडरल थीसिस की बात करी, वहां से ये स्पिल ओवर हुआ अदर एरियाज में। तो बेटा कल को आप जब नियो फंक्शनलिज्म लिखोगे और नियो फंक्शनल स्कॉलर्स लिखोगे, तो नियो फंक्शनलिज्म में ईयू का एग्जांपल लिखोगे। आप समझ रहे हो इस चीज को, ये चीज क्लियर हुई या नहीं हुई बेटा? ठीक है जी, यहां तक सबको क्लियर है? चलो एक ब्रेक ले लो जी, 15-20 मिनट की ब्रेक ले लेते हैं, फिर कंटिन्यू करते हैं। हाँ जी, आगे बढ़ते हैं बेटा. How does international relation theory look at EU as a regional entity? Explain using scholarship. Two scholars are here, Crotz and Mahar. Krotz, Crotz and Mahar, Mahar. So Crotz and Mahar, what they have said is, ki, sir, when we look at EU as a regional entity, we have to look at it through the prism of history. The history is that they say ki after the collapse of the Soviet Union, what happened at that time was that a common unitary approach emerged in EU. At the end of the collapse of the Soviet Union, क्या हुआ कि जब सोवियत यूनियन कोलैप्स हो गया उसके बाद देयर वाज अ thought process amongst the European countries that we need to build what is called as a unitary approach. This unitary approach was born because they perceived that anarchy caused due to Soviet Union has now gone away. So they were of the opinion that Soviet Union is a promoter of anarchy. And as the anarchy of the Soviet Union has gone away, now what has happened is कि with no Soviet threat present, cooperation will become easier. So what Crotz and Mahar have done is they have tried to trace the rise of European Union through the Soviet prism. They say कि sir, absence and decline and ending of Soviet Union has facilitated cooperation. Because till the time Soviet Union was present, cooperation remained difficult because most of the European countries were of the opinion that we have to use our energies to tackle Soviet threat. Number one. Number two, they also say that sir, throughout the period of Cold War, most of these countries also engaged with US because they thought that US is here to provide us security at the time of anarchy caused by Soviet Union. So if Soviet Union has been identified as a spreader of anarchy, then to tackle that anarchy, what has happened is that these countries have identified that we had to cooperate with the US. Cooperation with the US was basically driven with the motive of preventing Soviets to harm us. But with the end of the Soviet Union as a concept, that anarchy is gone. Cooperation is easier. But this is where Crotz and Mahar say a very important thing. They say कि sir, during the Cold War period, if Europeans were engaged with US used Europeans at that time as a market. If Europeans used, if US used Europeans as a market, then after the end of the Cold War, the creation of European Union has to be seen as an attempt by the Europeans to explore markets other than the US. So problem is what? कि during the period of Cold War, Europeans were of the opinion that US is using us as a market but is giving us security in return. But once that Soviet threat is over, sir, we don't have to be dependent upon US. So Crotz and Mahar are saying कि sir, rise of EU as a regional entity has to be seen as a prospective entity that aims to reduce their dependence on US, that wants to now explore new markets other than US. So EU as a regional identity therefore decided they will engage with Asians now more freely as they were otherwise engaging during Cold War. So attempt of the Europeans to engage more freely means attempt of the Europeans to now decide that we have to reduce our dependence on US. But this is where another important point comes up, which has been given by Alexander and Jones. Jones, Jones, Alexander and Jones, two scholars. They say कि sir, as Europe is trying to reduce their dependence on US, the US has realized that they should not allow Europeans to go directly with Asia. Because if Europeans basically try to decouple themselves from US, it's a loss of market for US. So US is trying to design strategies to prevent the Europeans to go to Asia. And Alexander and Jones say that US has succeeded in convincing many European countries not to fall into the orbit of Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. और इस केस में बेटा अब आपको एक पॉइंट अगर मैं बोलूं तो आपको समझ आएगा कि द रीसेंट डिसीजन बाय इटली दिस ईयर टू विड्रॉ फ्रॉम द BRI after accepting BRI is a success what Alexander and Jones say of US policy. That Americans succeeded in preventing Europe to emerge as an independent actor, as a regional actor that will go and engage with the Asians. पॉइंट समझ आया बेटा? तो यहाँ पर हो ये रहा है कि सर while the Europeans are determined to engage with Asia, Europeans want to reduce dependence on US. US on the other hand wants Europe not to depend upon Asia but to depend more on US. Getting the idea? US does not want Europeans to be dependent upon Asia. They want rather that they should be dependent upon US. So the recent approach displayed by Italy by their refusal to go further with the BRI is a success of the American policy, is what Jones and Alexander say. So as a regional identity and as a regional entity, EU is still a struggling bloc, because EU still struggles between whether we should go independently with Asia or should we remain with US. So despite the Soviet threat gone, EU is not able to portray that individual image of its own. ठीक है जी. अब आते हैं बेटा इस पे कि हाउ डज द लिबरल इंटरनेशनल थ्योरी एक्सप्लेन द राइज ऑफ EU and marks EU. नहीं, इंडिया के साथ तो कोई ऐसा वो लेना देना, वो इंडिविजुअल लेवल पे. So how does liberal international theory explain the rise of EU and marks EU as a successful regional entity? So sir, here the scholar is Wayman, Wayman. Wayman says कि sir, liberals have tried to explain EU as a very successful project because they say कि sir, EU has optimistically explored cooperation at the economic level. Wayman says कि sir, within the EU there is no difference amongst EU players on why to cooperate. They all have consensus that we are here for economic integration. Wayman says that EU today has a successful liberal linking. Successful liberal linking. This means कि sir, at the liberal ideology level, they are successfully integrated. Successfully integrated. But the problem is, EU today as an entity does not have much to offer to the world. So today EU is dependent upon inflow of skilled people from outside. If EU is today dependent upon inflow of skilled people from outside, sir, one thing is very clear, that EU as a regional entity has continued to adopt liberal policies to invite skilled population. Invite skilled population, liberal policy. So what Wayman is trying to say is कि sir, speaking through the liberal sense, EU as a project is successful. They are all liberal economies. They are all open economies. They want to do trade. But the problem is they don't have anything to offer in the form of trade. stagnated economies. So today, in order to revive their economies, there is a focus on EU to have a liberal immigration policy. Through this liberal immigration policy, they are seeking immigrants from abroad who are highly skilled people. And these highly skilled people are now entering into Europe today. But now the question is, Women then says in his thesis, कि, sir, EU can today only position itself as a services industry provider, not as a manufacturing provider. Because EU today does not have any industrial sources of that level that it can compete with somebody like China or India. So EU can only position itself as a services industry provider. So women says कि sir EU can explore financial services, corporate services, banking services, hospitality services. These areas where EU can today emerge as a global leader. But the second thing women also says is कि sir, as part of the global liberal project that EU is following, EU has decided to have a highly liberal education policy. Through that highly liberal education policy, EU is also trying to invite semi-skilled students from all over the world to come to Europe to get high quality skills. So he says, ki, sir, let's look at the point that today EU is not merely an economic entity for production. Today EU is a bigger entity. That bigger entity means ki, sir, it is now trying to create its own liberal idea. That liberal idea is how can it basically perform at the skilled population level? How can it promote its particular thing as a education destination? How can it promote itself as a immigrant inviting country so that they can invite immigrants and use them to contribute for the welfare of their country? So he says ki, sir, in this sense, EU is a very vibrant liberal bloc, which is not following the traditional theoretical path of liberalism. क्योंकि traditional theoretical path of liberalism means कि you should have liberal economy, you should do more trade, etc. So women says कि बस there is no congruence of EU's practical diplomacy with traditional liberal thought. Their practical policy today is very different. क्लियर हो गया जी ये चीज आपको बेटा? अगला ये समझ आया नहीं आया? अगला क्वेश्चन पढ़ो बेटा एक बार. यूजिंग इंटरनेशनल रिलेशन थ्योरी स्कॉलरशिप वाला. पढ़ो उस क्वेश्चन को और बताओ क्या कह रहा है वो क्वेश्चन. क्या लगता है आपको? व्हाट इज इट ट्राइंग टू से? हाँ जी, क्या समझ आ रहा है आपको बच्चे? आपको याद है इसके बारे में, इस पर्टिकुलर चीज के बारे में हमने चर्चा सार्क के टाइम पे की थी कि कैन यू इमर्ज एज अ टेम्पलेट फॉर सार्क एंड कैन सार्क लर्न एनीथिंग फ्रॉम यू? सो यहाँ पर ये क्वेश्चन है कि सर, यूजिंग इंटरनेशनल रिलेशन थ्योरी एंड स्कॉलरशिप एक्सप्लेन द डिसीजन मेकिंग इन यूरोपियन यूनियन. डू दी स्कॉलर हेल्प अस टू एक्सप्लेन इफ ईयू कैन बी replicated as a regional template in other part of the world? So scholars here are Snyder and Sepin. Snyder, 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 and Sepin, Sapin. So what Snyder and Sepin say is, they say कि sir, decision making in European Union today is primarily centered around symmetry through asymmetry. अब इस देखो पॉइंट का कितना इंपॉर्टेंट मतलब है. सिमेट्री थ्रू एसिमेट्री का मतलब ये है सर कि इन यूरोपियन यूनियन टुडे देयर आर कंट्रीज विच आर asymmetrical to each other. Sir, there are many countries in Europe which have differential power equations. They have different national power. They have different national interests. But still, the beauty is that when they sit together in the European Parliament, they speak in one voice. There is symmetry in asymmetry. That despite the fact that one country may be economically more powerful, other may not be economically very powerful, but when they all sit together, number one, they speak in the same voice. Snyder and Sepin say, ki, sir, this is an important point to understand that when Europeans take a decision, their decision making, when Europeans take a decision, their decision making is highly common based on a similar worldview. Common based on a similar worldview. And sir, Snyder and Sepin say, ki, sir, this is a template for many other regional entities today which are not successful. For example, SARC. In SARC today, again, what happens is there is asymmetry in asymmetry. See what language they are using, sir. Asymmetry in asymmetry. Yani ki, sir, today in SARC, there are different countries which have differential power equations. India is more powerful, Nepal is less powerful, Bhutan is not that powerful, Bangladesh is emerging as a powerful, Pakistan is not at all successful. And yet, because of this asymmetry, the decisions are also asymmetric. Because nobody has a consensus on anything in SARC. So this is where Snyder and Sepin say that for an organization like SARC to become successful, they must adopt the EU template. That they must strive to ensure symmetry despite asymmetry. कि despite the fact that SARC countries are asymmetrical, they must try to strive for a symmetrical outcome. Must try to evolve consensus on certain elements. And this is where Snyder and Sepin make a very important mention, sir, of our SARC satellite initiative of India. In their research, they mention this. They say, ki, sir, this initiative by India of SARC satellite, of launching a SARC satellite to enable all SARC members to equally benefit. Despite the fact that the satellite was launched by India, which is symmetrically more stronger than others in SARC, is a clear template for the future that how symmetry can be achieved within asymmetry. समझ आया पॉइंट आपको? तो सर इनकी सारी थीसिस यही है कि asymmetrical countries can also achieve symmetry if they have an outlook like that. So in fact, Snyder and Sepin sir have praised the neighborhood first policy a lot. They have said that under the neighborhood first policy, the attempt by India to ensure the SARC satellites launch and ensure the success of satellites benefit to everybody is a template that can help SARC to get revitalized. तो ये समझ आया बच्चे आपको? तो ये आप यूज कर सकते हो सार्क में भी इन स्कॉलर्स को, और यहाँ पर ये ईयू का एग्जांपल सार्क सैटेलाइट दोनों का प्रयोग कर सकते हो. अगला क्वेश्चन आपका होमवर्क था जी, आसियान वाला. Sir, in the international relations, how does regionalism thesis explain the ASEAN centrality, sir? देखो आसियान के बारे में अभी मैंने आपको चर्चा करके अमिताभ आचार्य के पॉइंट्स भी बताए, तो यहाँ पर भी वैसी ही चीज है. अगर आप देखो तो द स्कॉलर हियर इज सर रिचर्ड स्टैब्स. रिचर्ड स्टैब्स, STABBS, रिचर्ड स्टैब्स. रिचर्ड स्टैब्स क्या बोल रहा है? ही सेज कि सर आसियान सेंट्रलिटी इज ड्रिवन बाय a very important concept called ASEAN as a leader. Centrality of ASEAN as a leader. इसका क्या मतलब है? इसका मतलब ये है सर कि ASEAN has positioned itself as an economic bloc which has been created with the objective of ensuring that they are vanguard of economic interest. Vanguard, VANGAURD. Vanguard means savior of economic interest. So what Richard Stabs is trying to say, beta, is that when we look at ASEAN, ASEAN today has positioned itself in the entire Indo-Pacific region as that kind of a bloc which is here for economic interests. Secondly, he says that sir, ASEAN uses a host of social institutions that help to promote economic interest. This is a very important point, he says. Host of social institutions. Social institution means he says that sir, ASEAN countries deliberately promote people-to-people ties. They deliberately promote. And their attempt to deliberately promote the people-to-people ties is driven with the objective of ensuring that as people-to-people interactions improve between ASEAN states, what will happen as a consequence is कि sir, people will realize the importance of having peace and stability. Having peace and stability. Third thing he says is कि sir, ASEAN has contributed to world peace. ASEAN has contributed to world peace. How has ASEAN contributed to world peace? By creating a Southeast Asia nuclear-free zone. Southeast Asia nuclear-free zone. So ASEAN has tried to portray itself as a bloc which is completely free from any nuclearization. So if there is no nuclearization, there is no security logic. If there is no nuclearization, there is no military primacy. If there is no nuclearization, military is not having the upper hand, economy is the upper hand, people to people interaction are the upper hand. So deliberately the creation of a Southeast Asian nuclear free zone is very crucial in this regard to ensure, very crucial in this area to ensure that there is primacy of economics and people to people ties. So in this backdrop, sir, the ASEAN centrality is around economics over military, social ties over nuclear ties. ये पॉइंट समझ आया बच्चे? अब देखो जी अगला. Use scholarship to argue how the English School of International Relations explains the rise of ASEAN. Sir, English School of International Relation is a school that says that focus of a country should always be on power. Focus of a country should always be on power. अच्छा अब हुआ क्या है कि सर देर आर द स्कॉलर हियर आर टू स्कॉलर्स बुजान एंड जैंग. बुजान वही पुराना वाला BUZAN बुजान एंड जैंग ZHANG. Buzan and Zhang have argued कि sir, if English school is all about the fact that focus of a state should always be on power, then ASEAN states have tried to also adopt the same concept of English School of International Relations, but they have tried to say very clearly that sir, power for us is not military but economic power. Power for us is not military but social power. So what they have tried to do is they have tried to create a network of institutions in the ASEAN region, and these institutions in the ASEAN region have used the concept of power. But for them, the power is not military or security power. For them, power is basically what, sir? It is people to people social power. It is economic power. Then Busan and Zhang say a further important thing, sir, that ASEAN, what they have done is, sir, they have created ideational institutions. Ideational institutions. What do we mean, beta, by the word ideational institutions? Ideational institution means that they have created an institutional culture that promote normative peace. क्या मतलब हुआ इसका? कि सर they have created institutions that try to come out with norms for world peace. For example, ASEAN's emphasis on free and open Indo-Pacific. ASEAN's focus on free and open Indo-Pacific is an attempt by ASEAN to very clearly argue that fine, even if there is a political issue in the Indo-Pacific area, our focus is to ensure free and open Indo-Pacific by repeating that point at the institutional level as a normative idea. पॉइंट समझ आ रहा है? नॉर्मेटिव आइडिया, नॉर्मेटिव का मतलब ये होता है कि सर आप एक नॉर्म प्रिस्क्राइब कर रहे हो. आसियान यहाँ पर ये बुजान एंड जैंग कह रहे हैं बेटा कि अगर प्रॉब्लम है इंडो पैसिफिक में कि कंट्री लाइक चाइना असर्टिव बिहेवियर डिस्प्ले कर रही है, तो उसको करने दो. हमें उस असर्टिव बिहेवियर से कुछ नहीं लेना देना. हम चाइना को कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, हम एक नॉर्म प्रिस्क्राइब कर देंगे सबके लिए कि सबको फ्री एंड ओपन इंडो पैसिफिक रखना चाहिए. तो बुजान एंड जैंग ये कह रहे हैं कि सर आप इस चीज को समझो कि आसियान हैज अ वेरी डिस्टिंक्ट वे ऑफ परफॉर्मिंग. The distinction lies in the fact that today they use institutions to build an agenda. So they have used ASEAN as an institution to promote the normative agenda of peace, normative agenda of free and open sea lanes of communication. So this is why Buzan and Zhang say, ki, sir, what is important here is that in ASEAN they have not tried to influence the behavior of the state by isolating the state. उन्होंने चाइना को आइसोलेट नहीं किया सर, चाइना को पिनलाइज नहीं किया, चाइना को पनिश नहीं किया, चाइना को पॉइंट आउट नहीं किया. उन्होंने बस एक नॉर्म प्रिस्क्राइब कर दिया. आप फर्क समझ रहे हो सर? लेकिन यही फर्क है आसियान और ईयू में बच्चे. ईयू अगर आज की डेट में आप देखो तो जब रशिया यूक्रेन की लड़ाई हो रही है तो सारी कंट्रीज ईयू की रशिया को क्रिटिसाइज कर रही हैं, पॉइंट आउट कर रही हैं कि तुम गलत हो, हम तुमसे नहीं एंगेज करेंगे. ये फर्क है ईयू और आसियान की फंक्शनिंग. समझ रहे हो जी आप इस चीज को? अब आते हैं अगले क्वेश्चन पे सर. एक्सप्लेन यूजिंग स्कॉलरशिप हाउ आसियान इन इंटरनेशनल रिलेशन थ्योरी इज सीन एज अ सक्सेसफुल एंटिटी इन द realms of peace and economic trade. So sir, the scholar here is Robert Sugnami. Robert Sugnami, Suganami. Sugnami, Suganami, Sugnami. So Robert Sugnami says कि sir, ASEAN has today tried to focus on preservation of state sovereignty. And in order to preserve state sovereignty, what has happened is they have never ever tried to raise a question on internal matters of sovereign states. Sovereign states might have whatever crisis, whatever issues. ASEAN countries have always said that our focus is on trade. For example, sir, the recent military coup in South Korea. अभी आपने देखा लास्ट वीक हुआ. ASEAN never came out with a statement. Did you observe that? ASEAN never came out with a statement, sir. This is a hallmark of ASEAN. That they say कि बस साउथ कोरिया है, ठीक है, they have had an internal issue, it's their issue, sir. Sir, this is what facilitates, Sugnami says, this is what facilitates deeper ties between ASEAN states. Because ASEAN countries, number one, as a group, refrain from making statements into each individual member states. This creates a huge realm of peace where economic trade can prosper. Second thing they say is, Sugnami says is कि sir, ASEAN countries focus on multilateral foreign policy. ASEAN will never say to any individual member, do not engage with this state, do not engage with this state. They say कि sir, each ASEAN state has absolute freedom to engage with anybody and everybody. So you are given the right to have a multilateral foreign policy. No interference in your foreign policy engagement with any state in the world. The only thing that ASEAN has told as an institution to all member states is no power politics in the region by you bringing any state interested in power politics in the region. Point समझ आया? You engage with anybody, but don't engage with a country that wants to engage with you to do power politics in the ASEAN region. Don't engage with anybody. You know, this is where Sugnami says, sir, when America was contemplating the creation of AUKUS alliance, they wanted Indonesia to become an important player. But Indonesia refused because Indonesia said that by being in ASEAN, I cannot allow America to engage with me to do power politics here. कितनी बड़ी चीज है. और सोचो अगर सर इंडोनेशिया एंगेज कर जाती आसियान के मेंबर होते हुए आज की डेट में अमेरिका में ऑकस के साथ, तो इंडोनेशिया को भी न्यूक्लियर पावर्ड सबमरीन्स मिल जाते जो ऑस्ट्रेलिया को मिल रहे हैं. पर सर ये आसियान वे ऑफ लाइफ है. इंडोनेशिया सेड यूएस आई एम विलिंग टू एंगेज विद यू बट नॉट एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ पावर पॉलिटिक्स. You will not engage with me to then come to my territory and say that I will help you to create nuclear submarines. Sir, वैसे भी Southeast Asian nuclear free zone is already there. So ASEAN members will never support this idea. So focus is ki, sir, let's focus on peace, give independence and autonomy to a state to decide its foreign relations till the time the state does not cross the red line. The red line is that, sir, you don't do power politics. Clear हुआ है? आगे समझ सबको. अगला क्वेश्चन है सर, यूज द स्टडी ऑफ वेरियस स्कॉलर्स to elaborate the challenges that ASEAN faces in the international relation theory. How is the crisis in Myanmar a critical test for ASEAN today? Sir, two scholars are here, beta, Jackson and Wendt. Jackson and Wendt. W-E-N-D-T. D is silent. Wendt. Jackson and Wendt. So Jackson and Wendt say that, sir, ASEAN witnesses multiple challenges, of which the first one is the rising China. They say that, sir, Chinese assertions in the South China Sea, their assertive behavior with Japan in the Senkaku Island, they are basically threatening the sea lanes of communication and trade for which ASEAN stands for today. So the rise of China, assertive behavior of China, the assertive behavior causing threat to sea lanes of communication, the threat to sea lanes of communication affecting the ASEAN trade is number one of the biggest threats. Number two, limits of globalization. Sir, here Jackson and Wendt say कि sir, today ASEAN countries have understood the fact, sir, that globalization has helped them to grow, but the global demand has now saturated. So ASEAN countries are finding it difficult today to sell their products globally because ASEAN countries are unable to understand that how do we sell our products globally, because there is a global level saturation of demand. So globalization has reached a limit today. ASEAN countries are unable to understand, sir, how do we now explore the next area of economic cooperation. Third challenge is, sir, US-China rivalry in the region. ASEAN countries are very fearful today, this Jackson and Wendt say, of AUKUS. Jackson and Wendt say, ki, sir, with the creation of AUKUS, the ASEAN centrality of a nuclear weapon-free zone is now challenged. Because they say, ki, sir, if AUKUS will enable Australia to create nuclear submarines, China will also try to do parity. And that China and AUKUS parity war will affect the trade in Indo-Pacific. Point समझ आ रहा है आपको? If AUKUS will enable Australia to develop nuclear submarines, China will try to achieve parity, beta. Any attempt by China to achieve parity will ensure what, sir? That this area becomes nuclearized. That's an outright challenge to the fundamental principle of ASEAN's existence. अब समझ रहे हो? अच्छा, इसके बाद जो फोर्थ is, sir, Myanmar. Because, sir, Myanmar is a challenge today primarily not because of any other reason, but because Myanmar is today witnessing a deep civil crisis. Civil crisis in Myanmar is of this nature that Myanmar is fighting at two fronts. First front where Myanmar is fighting is a struggle between democracy and authoritarian military junta. The military junta which rules Myanmar today has an opponent called Democratic Forces in Myanmar. So that is basically destabilizing Myanmar. The second place where Myanmar is a struggle today is, sir, secession movements in Myanmar. In Myanmar, there are various secessionist groups that want to break the territoriality of Myanmar. Jackson and Went say कि sir, till today, no ASEAN state has witnessed this problem of secessionism. And if secessionism creeps into Myanmar, then it becomes a problem. ASEAN says कि sir, civil war happening in Myanmar between autocratic forces and democracy is not a problem for us. If there is a military junta in Myanmar that is fighting democracy and US is supporting the democratic forces to counter the military junta, they say कि sir, that is an internal issue. We don't want to make a question on that. But the question is कि sir, Myanmar is a victim of secessionism. For example, sir, secessionism happening in the Arakan region, secessionist movements in the Kachin region, all these secessionist tendencies that are creeping into Myanmar raise a question mark on the future of Myanmar as a crucial player to Southeast Asia. Because, sir, secessionism means कि, sir, if it succeeds in Myanmar, then tomorrow secessionist forces in other countries which are of ASEAN members will get encouragement. भाई देखो, अगर मैं एक पॉइंट बोलूं आपको तो आप समझोगे बच्चे कि अभी जो सीरिया में क्राइसिस हुआ और सीरिया में जो फॉल ऑफ असाद हुआ, इसका सबसे बड़ा कॉन्सिक्वेंस क्या होगा? सबसे बड़ा कॉन्सिक्वेंस ये होगा कि भैया जितने भी इस्लामिस्ट जो अफ्रीका में हैं, उन अफ्रीकन इस्लामिस्ट्स को कम से कम और बढ़ोतरी मिलेगी ना इस चीज से कि भाई हम भी रेजिम गिरा सकते हैं. तो आसियान में यहाँ पर जैक्सन एंड वेंट यही बोल रहे हैं सर कि म्यांमार का प्रॉब्लम ये है सर, अगर म्यांमार में सेसेशनिस्ट फोर्सेस सक्सीड कर गए तो जो आसियान के दूसरे देशों में सेसेशनिस्ट टेंडेंसीज है ना सर, वो रिवाइव हो जाएंगी. और उसकी वजह से क्या होगा कि सर सेसेशनिज्म विल ग्रिप आसियान. So Myanmar is a very, very crucial test for ASEAN today, sir. Though ASEAN has refrained from making any comment on Myanmar, but what they are expecting is that at least there is no secessionism in Myanmar. समझ में आया ये पॉइंट बेटा? समझ आया नहीं आया जी? ये म्यांमार वाला इशू पूरा क्या है तो क्लियर हुआ ये? अब आगे बढ़ते हैं बेटा. Use scholarship to argue that do we see wither ASEAN thesis. Examine the future of ASEAN in the era of COVID-19 AUKUS Quad Indo-Pacific. Sir, here the scholar is Robert Scalapino. Scalapino. Robert Scalapino is the same scholar for this question and the next question. Robert Scalapino. You know what does he say? He says that today, sir, when we use the word wither means will ASEAN break away. Wither word आपको क्लियर होना चाहिए बच्चे. Wither का मतलब है कि is ASEAN on the verge of breaking away. So what Scalapino says? He says कि sir, COVID has number one exposed internal weaknesses of ASEAN. Because during the time of COVID, what happened in ASEAN is supply chains got badly disrupted. Disrupted supply chains have basically exposed the weaknesses of ASEAN countries to cooperate with each other. On top of that, creation of AUKUS has made ASEAN region a nuclear battleground, जो आपको मैंने अभी समझाया पूरा, parity of China and the problem. But sir, what Scalapino says is more important with respect to Indo-Pacific. You know what he says? He says कि बेटा creation of Indo-Pacific is good, but within Indo-Pacific, creation of Quad is a problem. ASEAN countries do not witness the Quad in a positive way because they believe that sir, creation of Quad in the Indo-Pacific makes Quad as an mutually exclusive group. इस पॉइंट को समझो स्केलापिनो के बेटा. वो कह रहा है कि इंडो पैसिफिक में क्वाड का बनना प्रॉब्लम है क्योंकि सर क्वाड एक डेमोक्रेटिक ग्रुप नहीं है, एक एक्सक्लूसिव क्लब है जिसमें कम लोग बैठे हैं और ये कम लोग पूरे इंडो पैसिफिक के भविष्य को डिसाइड कर रहे हैं. आसियान हैज ऑलवेज बेस्ड इट्स एग्जिस्टेंस ऑन डेमोक्रेटिक प्रिंसिपल्स. आसियान हैज ऑलवेज सेड कि सर डेमोक्रेटिकली वी फेवर एंगेजमेंट विद एवरीबॉडी. So we do not want a minilateral like Quad. We want a democratic Indo-Pacific where every member state in the Indo-Pacific has a say in deciding its future. So what ASEAN is witnessing is a problem, sir, कि with the rise of Quad at one place, with the rise of AUKUS at the other place, and disrupted supply chains because of COVID, ASEAN is now under a serious stress. It does not know how to react. Because ASEAN does not have a solution for AUKUS. ASEAN does not have a solution for Quad. ASEAN says we can repair the disrupted supply chains because of COVID. But disrupted supply chains can be revived. But what about Quad, which is a mutually exclusive group? What about AUKUS, which is a nuclear group? We are member states of Indo-Pacific. We are not having any platform today to talk about the future of Indo-Pacific. And they fear today that a America type player, Britain type player, which are not players of Indo-Pacific, are coming here for power politics. So the wither away, breaking away of ASEAN thesis is strengthened by this fact. तो ये चीज समझ आई या नहीं आई बेटा? विदर अवे वाला क्वेश्चन आने की प्रोबेबिलिटी है बेटा, इसीलिए ये क्वेश्चन दिया है मैंने, क्योंकि आजकल ना ये नया डिबेट उठा हुआ है आसियान वाले रीजन में. आप लोगों में से बहुत सारे लोग पुराने जो जुड़े हुए हैं, पिछले 1-2 सालों से आप लोग बोलते थे कि सर पॉल साइंस करा दो, पॉल साइंस करा दो, और अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो डिले होता रहता था. फाइनली चलो जब प्लेटफॉर्म अपना बना तो हमने कराया, पर कम से कम अब आपको फर्क तो दिख रहा होगा ना सर कि ये जो डिले हुआ वो डिले का कारण क्या था. क्योंकि देखो कोई भी पॉल साइंस का स्टूडेंट आज की डेट में ऐसा तो है नहीं जिसने ग्लोबल लेवल के वर्ल्ड के मोस्ट फेमस नोट्स ना पढ़े हो. और अब आप जब अपने वो एग्जिस्टिंग नोट्स को वो वर्ल्ड फेमस नोट्स के साथ कंपेयर करोगे तो सर आपको कुछ फर्क तो दिख ही रहा होगा कि इतनी स्टडीज, इतनी रिसर्चेज सर एक दिन में तो नहीं आती बेटा, टाइम तो लगता ही है ना आने में. तो द रूट मैसेज हियर इज कि सर पेशेंस ऑलवेज गिव्स यू गुड रिजल्ट्स. थोड़ा सा पेशेंस है. कई बच्चों ने अपने अटेम्प्ट को भी डिफर करा कि नहीं हम अटेम्प्ट ही बाद में देंगे बट ऑप्शनल अच्छे से पढ़ के देंगे, बट दोज पीपल ऑल्सो रेस्ट अश्योर्ड सर कि अटेम्प्ट आपका अच्छा ही जाएगा. क्योंकि अब देखो आज जब पेपर 2 खत्म होगा ना बेटा तो आप इन नोट्स को कंपेयर कर सकते हो वर्ल्ड फेमस टेम्पलेट के साथ और आपको वहीं पर सारा फर्क दिख जाएगा. समझ रहे हो आप? तो बेटा PSIR में नंबर लाना डिफिकल्ट नहीं है. नंबर लाने के 2 ही तरीके हैं. कंसेप्चुअली क्लियर रहो, स्कॉलर्स को भरपूर मात्रा में प्रयोग करो. अब आप देखो यार, ऑलमोस्ट मैं कह रहा हूँ भाई साहब हर क्वेश्चन में एक स्कॉलर है, हर क्वेश्चन। आपको एक टास्क भी मैं दे रहा हूँ, जबकि जिंदगी में अगर अगर अगले 1 2 4 दिन में कभी आपके पास बिल्कुल निहायती खाली टाइम हो तो करना, ही पूरे पेपर 2 के सारे स्कॉलर्स काउंट करके एक बार बता देना मुझे। जहां तक मेरे को अंदाजा है सर, 400 500 स्कॉलर मिनिमम होंगे पूरे पेपर 2, जितना अपन ने अभी तक पढ़ा है। सो आप ये चीज को समझो बच्चे, कि ये स्कॉलर्स का प्रयोग करके आंसर लिखना आपको रिवॉर्ड देगा ही देगा। कम से कम देखो, दो ही फैक्टर जो पॉल साइंस में नंबर हिंडर करते हैं, वो है नंबर 1 कंटेंट, नंबर 2 है एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ द कंटेंट। लोग पता है क्या करते हैं, सबसे पहले एक्सप्रेशन पे फोकस करते हैं। हम आंसर लिखेंगे, आंसर लिखेंगे। सर आंसर तब लिखोगे ना बेटा जब कंटेंट होगा। कंटेंट था नहीं, आंसर लिखते गए, कम कंटेंट से मास्टरी कर ली, मार्क्स नहीं आए। अब आपकी अप्रोच उल्टी है, आपके पास कंटेंट बहुत है, एक्सप्रेशन नहीं है अभी। एक्सप्रेशन हम आपको सिखा देंगे नेक्स्ट ईयर, हमने बोला आपको, बट उससे पहले कंटेंट की तो मास्टरी कर लो बेटा। ये स्कॉलर, हर स्कॉलर का ओपिनियन, हर स्कॉलर का थॉट, मैंने आपको कई बार बोला है बच्चे, खून में बहना चाहिए आप। जब तक नहीं बहेगा बेटा बहुत समस्या होगी, पर जिस दिन बहेगा ना, उस दिन आपको 350 नंबर लाने से कम कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा पॉल साइंस में, ये हमारा अश्योरेंस है आपको। क्योंकि आपके जो आंसर की क्वालिटी और अंडरस्टैंडिंग होगी ना सर, वो एग्जामिनर को वही चाहिए पॉल साइंस। तो डोंट वरी, आराम से आप लोग कर लोगे। अगले क्वेश्चन पे आते हैं सर। यूजिंग स्कॉलरशिप एंड इंटरनेशनल थ्योरी, ट्रेस द ओरिजिन्स ऑफ एपेक एज अ रीजनल इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एंटिटी। तो यहाँ पर एक लाइन लिख लो आप सर। एज पर रॉबर्ट स्कैलपिनो, APEC was formed in 1989 to promote trade and get investment into the region through open regionalism. Through open regionalism. APEC focused on capacity building, and integration of Western markets with Asia. The focus was on creating a natural economic territory which would act as a gateway for economic cooperation. Scalapino asserts that the most notable feature of APEC is an eminent persons group that enables dialogue between the East and the West to promote bilateral trade. अगले क्वेश्चन पे आ जाओ बेटा। एपेक में ज़्यादा क्योंकि कुछ समझाने का नहीं है, इसीलिए मैं आपको लिखवा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि इसमें सिर्फ फैक्ट्स ही हैं ज़्यादातर। So using scholarship in IR theory, identify problems and limitations of APEC, examine in the concept of rising soft institutional thesis. तो यहाँ पर आप लिख लो According to Costa Buranelli, Buranelli, Costa Buranelli, APEC is an example of soft institutionalism. This implies that it is a grouping which follows the neoliberal agenda that goes away from slogans and focuses on hardcore investments. It has demonstrated success by promotion of bilateral trade, and regional trade. It has facilitated opening up of economies and deeper economic integration. However, it suffers from some serious limitations that include number one, limited say in the affairs of Indo-Pacific. Number two, no shared vision to promote democracy. And number three, last, is being viewed in Southeast Asia as a group that promotes unilateral American agenda. Viewed in Southeast Asia as a group that promotes unilateral American agenda. अगला क्वेश्चन लिख लो जी. Examine APEC using scholars in the context of East Asian community building thesis. This thesis is given by Amitav Acharya, who argues that ASEAN countries can engage with APEC to establish a East Asian community that can enable countries of the global south to promote open economy. Acharya argues that as ASEAN countries face a dilemma over their future, they can engage with APEC, use America to champion promotion of liberal economic thinking in countries of global south. This will enable them to not only devise a future agenda but also enable US to have presence in global south where it can limit the influence of China. ठीक है बेटा. और लास्ट क्वेश्चन है अगला वाला जो अगले पेज पे वो लिख लो एक. Explain the rise of hybrid regionalism thesis in Indo-Pacific. How will institutional equilibrium thesis rise in Indo-Pacific in future? According to Kishore Mahubani, Mahubani, किशोर महूबनी. ये देखो ये उसकी किताब पढ़ी है अगर आपको दिख रही हो यहाँ पे. खैर पता नहीं, वो दिखेगी नहीं, टेढ़ी सी पढ़ी है. वैसे अच्छी किताब है उसकी. उस किताब से ये पॉइंट है पूरा. एक चैप्टर दिया हुआ है उसने इंडो पैसिफिक इंस्टीट्यूशनलिज्म पे. तो लिख लो. अकॉर्डिंग टू किशोर महूबनी, इंडो पैसिफिक टुडे इज सीन एज a multi-layered concept that promotes cooperation between asymmetrical powers. This implies that each country in the Indo-Pacific region has a different power structure and each is today threatened by an assertive China. The institutional equilibrium will arise based on how each player reacts to China and the assertive behavior of China. This implies that US must play a positive role to forge partnerships between asymmetrical players by bringing them together against a rapidly assertive China. Thus, whatever institutional architecture that will emerge will decide the future and fate of Indo-Pacific. ठीक है जी। अगला क्वेश्चन आपको होमवर्क दिया था बेटा। अब आते हैं ये नाफ्टा, और ये नाफ्टा वाला जो क्वेश्चन है ये भी कुछ कंसेप्चुअल नहीं है इसमें बेटा। दो दो लाइनें अगर आप लिख लो, व्हाट इज नाफ्टा, व्हाट आर दी की गोल्स, तो ये बेसिक सी चीज़ है, लिख लो इसमें। नाफ्टा वाज एन अग्रीमेंट बिटवीन यूएस, मेक्सिको एंड कनाडा टू रिड्यूस trade barriers, increase cooperation for working conditions of the people, and create safe markets for goods and services that flow without borders. The idea was to bring USA's investment, fuse it with the Canadian skills, and the labor potential of Mexico. The benefits were seen in increased agrarian trade, higher automobile trade, and boost of trade in textiles and apparels. Trade in textiles and apparels. Apparel मतलब clothing. अब अगला क्वेश्चन देख लो, लास्ट वाला सर, कि एक्सप्लेन द चेंजेस ब्रॉट इन नाफ्टा बाय ट्रम्प, हाउ विल द चेंजेस अफेक्ट द रीजनलिज्म. Trump dismantled the NAFTA to replace it with USMCA, that is US Canada Mexico agreement. His objective was to impose tariffs on those automobile manufacturers who had established their economic centers in America, but carried out production in Mexico, thereby depriving America of tax revenues. Trump also decided to clamp down upon illegal migrant flows from Mexico to US, which has threatened the demography in the southern states of US and deprived southern states the economic potential to grow. His policy of restricting the people's movement has led to de-regionalism, 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 and has impeded the growth of regional potential. Impeded the growth of regional potential. In this context, North and South America have become less integrated and has compelled South America to look to China as an alternative. Compelled South America to look to China as an alternative. The consequence of this policy is that China has now entered into the backyard of US. ठीक है जी. तो अब आते हैं बेटा कंटेम्प्रेरी ग्लोबल कंसर्न्स पे. तो 5 मिनट का एक शॉर्ट ब्रेक ले लो, 5 मिनट्स में कंटिन्यू करते हैं. चलो जी, अब आते हैं जी कंटेम्प्रेरी ग्लोबल कंसर्न्स पे बेटा। अब यहाँ बात करेंगे सर, व्हाट इज डेमोक्रेसी इन इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस, यू स्कॉलर्स। सो सर, द बिगेस्ट स्कॉलर अबाउट डेमोक्रेसी इज Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, in his Gettysburg Address, Gettysburg, Gettysburg, Gettysburg Address, which happened in 1863. That is the first ever instance in international relations of use of democracy at a global level. Why? Because in this Gettysburg Address, Abraham Lincoln in 1863 went on to say that democracy is a government by and for the people. So, this point that he addressed in the Gettysburg Address eventually became a war cry for all democratic countries. So, when he said that democracy is a government by the people, government for the people, then what happened is that over a period of time, this idea of democracy began to get enlarged and began to focus upon deepening democracy by giving more voting rights. And as it began to give more voting rights, the idea was to now bring more and more population and make voting universal. Make voting universal. So democracy started as a spark from US, started spreading to other states, and at the same time, it also began to deepen democracy by bringing more people. But there is another person by the name of Burke, Edmund Burke, Burke. Edmund Burke says कि sir, too much of democracy undermines the role of elections. He says too much of democracy undermines the role of elections. What does this mean? Does this mean कि sir, Burke was critical of democracy? No. Burke, by making a statement like this, said कि sir, when you democratically elect your representatives, after that you should give them the liberty and the freedom to decide the policy courses. Because once you elect your democratically elected representatives, they should be given the freedom to basically design policies that are suited for the country. So you should not question their policy frameworks that they establish, and you should not question their wisdom in making public policy. So once you have elected representatives, have faith in them that they will run the affairs for you. So don't keep questioning each and every policy initiative that is prepared by the government of the day. Because once you have elected them, it's because you have faith in them. So too much of democracy undermines the role of election means कि sir, too much of questioning the policy every day undermines the role of elections. So he says कि sir, when elections happen, when you elect your democratic representatives, you do that on the basis of a trust. So let that trust prevail till the time they are in power. Don't question them on a day-to-day basis. Don't question on the fact that that these people whom you have voted, will do any harm to you. Let their expertise, technical ideas, influence, conscience prevail. So don't keep questioning them. तो बेसिकली कई लोगों ने ये क्रिटिसाइज किया है बुर्के को कह के कि दिस मिनिमाइजेस द रोल ऑफ ऑपोजिशन. The job of the opposition is to keep the government on toes. Job of the opposition is to ensure that the welfare of the people is taken primacy. पर बुर्के कह रहे हैं कि यार जब आपने किसी को इलेक्ट किया है तो ये अजम्पशन है ना कि सर वो आपके बेटरमेंट के लिए काम करेगा. ऐसा तो है नहीं कि वो आपके बेटरमेंट के लिए काम नहीं करेगा. वो कहता है कि बुर्के का मेन मानना ये है कि सर डे टू डे क्वेश्चनिंग मत करो पॉलिसी. कोई बहुत बड़ा फ्लॉ हो तो अलग बात है, पर डे टू डे की मतलब सरकार ने हाथ उठा लिया, नहीं हम इसका खंडन करते हैं, ये चीजें नहीं करनी है आपको जो डे टू डे बेसिस पे होती है. समझ आई जी. अच्छा, अब आते हैं सर, व्हाट इज द थीसिस ऑफ रॉबर्ट डाल फॉर डेमोक्रेसी. रॉबर्ट डाल आपको जो है ना पूरी सर्वी पढ़ाएंगे पेपर 1 में बेटा. तो रॉबर्ट डाल से इसकी सर डेमोक्रेसी इज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट इलेक्शन और इलेक्टोरलिज्म. So democracy is not confined to election or electoralism, sir. He says that democracy is also about polyarchy. 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 So democracy is also about polyarchy. This means ki sir, there are multiple actors in a state which are influenced by democracy. So here you must focus on the fact that when you democratically elect a government, you not only elect a government, sir, you also let that elected government use its political ideology to influence actors that will influence the policy also. कहने का मूल रूप से मकसद ये है साहब कि जब आप एक सरकार को इलेक्ट करते हो ना बेटा, तो सरकार की आइडियोलॉजी आती है। जब वो सरकार की आइडियोलॉजी आती है तो सरकार की आइडियोलॉजी को इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए जो एक्टर्स इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, जिसको कहा जाता है एग्जीक्यूटिव, विच इज द ब्यूरोक्रेसी, they also have to have ideological orientation in implementing the policy. So without they having an ideological orientation, it will become difficult to implement the policy of a political ideology. अब यहाँ पर एक बहुत बड़ा डिबेट शुरू हो जाता है सर, कि जिसको हम एथिक्स में पढ़ेंगे अभी, जिसको हम कहते हैं सर सिविल सर्विसेज न्यूट्रलिटी, कि शुड सिविल सर्वेंट रिमेन न्यूट्रल। ये एक बहुत बड़ा एथिकल इशू है सर, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट आती है आइडियोलॉजी के बेसिस पे, और हम कहते हैं कि सर सिविल सर्वेंट को आइडियोलॉजी अडॉप्ट नहीं करनी, न्यूट्रल रहना है। पर क्या एक न्यूट्रल सिविल सर्वेंट बिना आइडियोलॉजिकल इन्फ्लुएंस के काम कर सकता है? मुश्किल है सर। इसी रीजन से हम ये देखते हैं कि सर एथिकली पेपर पे लिखना एक अलग बात है, बट प्रैक्टिकल लेवल पर आइडियोलॉजिकल इन्फ्लुएंस के बिना कोई ब्यूरोक्रेट आज की डेट में काम नहीं करता। मैंने इसीलिए आपको बोला था ना सर, आप जिस भी स्टेट से हो और आपको जो भी कैडर अलॉट होगा, उस कैडर में जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का गेम चल रहा है सर, आपको वो पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स का पार्ट बनना पड़ेगा। आप वहां पे जाके ये नहीं कह सकते जी कि हम तो जी पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स ज्वाइन नहीं करेंगे। करनी तो पड़ेगी बेटा, क्योंकि अगर आप आईएएस बने हो और उस स्टेट में जो भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी डोमिनेंट होंगी, एक दो तीन, जिनके बीच में कॉन्टेस्ट है, आपको उनका हिस्सा बनना ही पड़ेगा। तो रॉबर्ट डाल यही कहता है कि सर देर आर अदर इन्फ्लुएंशियल एक्टर्स लाइक द ब्यूरोक्रेसी एग्जीक्यूटिव हु आल्सो प्ले एन इंपॉर्टेंट रोल। अब अगले जो ये तीन क्वेश्चन है ना बेटा, पेज नंबर 243 244 का फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, फर्स्ट वेव, सेकंड वेव, थर्ड वेव, ये मैं एक फ्लो में एक्सप्लेन कर रहा हूँ, तो आप एक फ्लो में ही लिख लेना। तो अलग अलग क्वेश्चंस में लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है, बिकॉज ऑल द थ्री क्वेश्चंस हैव द सेम आइडिया ओनली। सो हाउ डज द थ्योरी एक्सप्लेन द फर्स्ट वेव ऑफ थ्री वेव्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन, यूज स्कॉलर्स, ठीक है। और फिर सेकंड वेव ऑफ डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन है, और थर्ड क्वेश्चन है थर्ड वेव ऑफ डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन। तो बेटा स्कॉलर इज कॉमन, स्कॉलर्स नेम इज सैम्यूल हंटिंगटन, सैम्यूल हंटिंगटन। अच्छा, अब हम अगर बात करें बेटा सैम्यूल हंटिंगटन की, तो व्हाट डज सैम्यूल हंटिंगटन से? ही सेज कि सर डेमोक्रेसी हैज इवॉल्व्ड ओवर थ्री डिफरेंट वेव्स ऑफ डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन, थ्री डिफरेंट वेव्स। ही सेज बेटा द फर्स्ट वेव इज where the fight was against a monarchical ruler. Fight was against that authoritarian monarchy to seek rights for the benefit of people. So he says when we see the origin and evolution of democracy, the fight at that time was the fight against the monarchical ruler. The fight at that time was against authoritarian ruler. And the fight at that time was, thirdly and more importantly, the fight for electoralism. इलेक्टोरलिज्म का मतलब ये हुआ कि बेटा उस समय वी वांटेड टू फाइट फॉर इलेक्टोरल राइट्स, वी वांटेड दैट मोनार्की शुड लिबरेट सम पावर that should go to the people. And as this first wave of democracy succeeded in what Samuel Huntington says, limiting monarchy, as it succeeded in reducing the power of monarchy, enhancing the power of the electorates, then what happened is that came the second wave. He says that in the second wave, democracy reached a crisis situation. The crisis situation was that using democratic powers, democratic rulers ended up in becoming authoritarian rulers. So democracy evolved in this manner कि in the first wave, monarchy's powers were taken away to give power to the electorate, and monarchy as an institution weakened. But by the time we reach the second phase, in the second phase, what happened is, sir, power of the people was used by democratic leaders to become authoritarian and autocratic. So Samuel Huntington says this is what we saw in the time period of Nazism and fascism. So second wave is the period of Nazism and fascism, sir. Because in fascist Italy and Nazi Germany, democracy was used, democratic principles were used to establish authoritarian leadership. But then these also had their own limitations. And once the Nazi and fascist rules were dismantled, came the third wave. The third wave is the present day wave of democratization, sir, where the focus is on ensuring that every constituent in a democracy is able to have a say in the policy making. Samuel Huntington says, sir, this is the most difficult phase of democracy. Why it is the most difficult phase of democracy, sir? Because in this particular period, the idea is to ensure that every person who votes, we have to ensure that his vote has a stamp on the policy that the government creates. So this is the real test of democracy today. But how is this going to happen is something that he does not explain. Because he says that today at the global level, there is a democratic crisis. The democratic crisis today is that countries which are democracies are facing issues of legitimacy. Issues of legitimacy means that people are saying, sir, we are voting for a government in power. But that government in power is not taking policies or making policies for our welfare. So how do you ensure that every person who votes for you in power has a say in the policy making? समझ आया ये पॉइंट आपको? तो ये फ्यूचर है बेटा एक. अच्छा, अब आते हैं सर, हाउ डज द इंटरनेशनल रिलेशन थ्योरी एक्सप्लेन द करंट स्टेट ऑफ ग्लोबल डेमोक्रेसी? यूज स्कॉलर्स टू इलस्ट्रेट योर आर्गुमेंट. Sir, current state of global democracy can be explained by the thesis of a scholar named Rajiv Bhargav. ये एक स्कॉलर है जिसका पूरी सर बहुत प्रयोग करेंगे बेटा पेपर 1 में. राजीव भार्गव. So Rajiv Bhargav says, sir, that there is a global decline of democracy. At a time when we have to ensure that democracy benefits everybody, there is a global decline of democracy. How? He says that today, if you look at Russia, India, these are becoming illiberal democracies. Why the Russians and Indians are becoming illegal democracies are because that while they have democracy, but they do not allow oppositional voices to be heard in a democracy. They do not allow the opposition's voice to be heard in a democracy. Illiberal. ILL, illiberal. Illiberal democracy. Illiberal का मतलब हुआ कि सर आप ऑपोजिशन को मौका नहीं दे रहे. राहुल परेशान, प्रियंका परेशान, ये सब परेशान हो रहे. Whereas he says that when you look at US, sir, US is a chaotic democracy. Because in US, he says that there is a deep racial divide. Deep racial divide. He says that, sir, democracy was actually created in US to overcome racial divide. But what democracy has done to US is it has created more racial divide. Because today, Democrats and Republicans use racial differences to seek votes. भाई रिपब्लिकन्स का एंटी ब्लैक एंटी माइनॉरिटी पॉलिसी, डेमोक्रेट्स का प्रो ब्लैक्स एंड प्रो माइनॉरिटी पॉलिसी. तो रेशियल डिवाइड जो है अब एक इन्फ्लुएंशियल फैक्टर बन गया अमेरिका में. देन ही सेज व्हेन वी लुक एट countries like China, these countries have prevented any inlet of democracy. These countries have tried to safeguard their systems to the extent that they have prevented any democratic force to emerge in their territory. So the larger narrative that with opening up of economies, countries will open up spaces for democracy, that theory has failed. आप पॉइंट समझ रहे हो बेटा इसका? राजीव भार्गव का ही सेज कि विद रिस्पेक्ट टू चाइना देयर वाज अ बिलीफ दैट मोर ओपन इकोनॉमी, मोर इकोनॉमिक ट्रेड विल क्रिएट स्पेस फॉर व्हाट इज कॉल्ड एज डेमोक्रेसी. ये अमेरिका का थॉट होता था कि किसी भी कंट्री में डेमोक्रेसी प्रमोट करनी है तो उस कंट्री में ओपन इकोनॉमी प्रमोट करो, ट्रेड प्रमोट करो, ट्रेड और ओपन इकोनॉमी के थ्रू डेमोक्रेसी आ जाएगी. पर वो राजीव भार्गव कह रहा है कि सर चाइना ने जितना ओपन इकोनॉमी किया, जितना ट्रेड किया, उतना ही डेमोक्रेसी को आने से रोका. तो आज की डेट में सर डेमोक्रेटिक प्रमोशन थ्योरी, डीपीटी, डेमोक्रेटिक प्रमोशन थ्योरी हैज फेल्ड. कि डेमोक्रेटिक प्रमोशन कैन हैपन थ्रू ओपन इकोनॉमी, वो फेल हो गई. अब ये चीज हो नहीं रही है. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या है सर. समझ रहे हो बेटा? अच्छा, तो यहाँ पर वो बेसिकली कह रहा है लास्ट पॉइंट अपना राजीव भार्गव की सर टुडे देयर इज एन एथिकल क्राइसिस ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी. दैट वेयर डू वी स्टैंड इन द फ्यूचर वी डू नॉट नो. व्हाट विल बी द फ्यूचर वी आर अनएबल टू प्रिडिक्ट. समझ आई ये चीज आपको राजीव भार्गव की? यूएस, रशिया, इंडिया, चाइना. अब आते हैं अगले क्वेश्चन पे सर. व्हाट डज द थ्योरी आर्ग्यू ऑन मेकिंग डेमोक्रेसी परमानेंट सर? सर थ्योरी सेज दैट डेमोक्रेसी कैन बिकम परमानेंट ओनली व्हेन democracy is decentralized. यहां पर सर वी विल यूज अ स्कॉलर अगेन हुज नेम इज राजीव भार्गव. राजीव भार्गव सेज deepening of democracy and permanence of democracy is possible through decentralization, but there is an attempt today to centralize than decentralize. तो अभी जो राजीव भार्गव ने पिछले क्वेश्चन में हमने बोला ना बेटा एथिकल क्राइसिस है, उस एथिकल क्राइसिस को सॉल्व करने के लिए इसने क्या मैकेनिज्म दिया? उसने मैकेनिज्म दिया कि डेमोक्रेसी को परमानेंट बनाओ. अब डेमोक्रेसी परमानेंट कैसे बनेगी सर? डेमोक्रेसी परमानेंट एक ही तरीके से बनेगी, वो कहता है जब आप ये इंश्योर करोगे कि डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन हो. पर डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन नहीं हो रही. और डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन नहीं हो रही क्योंकि देयर इज एन अटेम्प्ट टू सेंट्रलाइज थिंग्स टुडे. सो डेमोक्रेसी विच वाज डिजाइन्ड टू क्रिएट डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन इज नाउ प्रमोटिंग सेंट्रलाइजेशन, preventing thereby democratic permanence. Second point he says is कि sir democracy has failed to tackle inequality. Sir, rising income inequality in the states today has emerged as a big problem because this rising inequality at the income level today is something for which the democratic forces have no answer. तो इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में एक चीज तो तय हो गई बेटा कि इनइक्वालिटी इज टुडे प्रिवेंटिंग व्हाट इज कॉल्ड एज परमानेंस ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी. ये चीज आपको समझ आई इनइक्वालिटी वाली? और तीसरा और लास्ट पॉइंट देखो ना सर, क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ. He says that because of globalization, Rajiv Bhargav says कि sir because of globalization what has happened is there is a serious crisis of quality of life. And he says why this is important is better because democracy was visualized as one of the instruments that will work for improving the quality of life. But democracy has failed to do so. And beta, the failure of democracy to do so, that is to improve the quality of life, has caused what is called as question marks on democracy today. So unless these issues are addressed, tackling inequality, unless we ensure more decentralization, unless we improve quality of life, sir, democracy cannot become permanent. ठीक है जी. अगला क्वेश्चन आपका होमवर्क था बेटा, और उसके आगे बढ़ते हैं. यूजिंग स्कॉलरशिप एक्सप्लेन इफ डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन इज रेलेवेंट फॉर आईआर. सो हियर देयर इज अ थीसिस ऑफ लिपसेट. स्कॉलर का नाम है लिपसेट, LIPSET, लिपसेट. According to Lipset, sir, democratization is very relevant for international relations because First thing that it will do is, sir, it will create a diversified economy. Sir, more the countries are democratic, more the possibility of diverse economy. Why? Because in a democratic country, sir, a country can engage in foreign relations based on comparative advantage. If there is a country, beta, which is democracy, it can always explore its comparative advantage. Comparative advantage means that whatever that country is good in manufacturing, they will manufacture that and sell to the other country. So that comparative advantage will create what, beta? Diversified economy. Diversified economy is good for IR because it bridges what is called as functionalism, functional relationship. So यहाँ पर डेमोक्रेसी और फंक्शनल थ्योरी का रिलेशनशिप क्लियर हुआ आपको. सेकंड पॉइंट लिपसेट सेज कि सर it will promote technology transfers. Sir, more a country is democratic, the more it will feel the need to assist other countries and help other countries also to economically grow. Lipset says a very important point, beta. Lipset says that the reluctance of America today to undertake mass level technology transfers is a blot on American democracy. Blot, dabba hai. कि America, which says that we are one of the oldest democracies on earth, democratically does not favor the growth of other countries in the world. For America to promote a democratic growth of other countries in the world, sir, it must ensure technology transfers because that technology transfer will help in further deepening of democracy globally. ये पॉइंट समझ आया आपको? And third point that he says is कि sir, civil societies. He says कि sir, democratization in international relations should facilitate the growth of civil society. And these civil society organizations must use the liberal agenda to create what is called as a cobweb model. So more the democracy, more the civil society, more the civil society, more the cobweb, more the cobweb, more the interdependence. लेकिन उल्टा हो रहा है सब कुछ. हम कह रहे हैं कि सर सिविल सोसाइटी इज द फोर्थ जनरेशन वॉर. याद है आपको वो स्टेटमेंट अजीत डोवल का पिछले साल जब वो आईपीएस प्रोबेशनर्स की ट्रेनिंग पे गया था? तो यहाँ पर वो राजीव भार्गव का पॉइंट फिर से वैलिड हो जाता है सर कि लेस सिविल सोसाइटी मींस कि सर आप डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन की स्पेस को ही कैप्चर कर रहे हो. समझ आया ये? अब देखो जी अगला क्वेश्चन सर. ट्रेस द इंटेलेक्चुअल एवोल्यूशन ऑफ ह्यूमन राइट्स इन इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस. यहाँ पर दो लाइनें लिख लो. द ह्यूमन राइट्स originated as a concept in Europe after Europe witnessed devastation by Napoleon.